Arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 71st session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today, the chamber will be led in prayer by our distinguished colleague, Senator Escudero. Is he in the house? We'd like to ask our majority floor leader to
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, dakilang Diyos, Ama naming sumasalangit, naninikluhod po ang aming mga puso, lumalapit at nagpapakumbaba, humihingi ng tawad sa anumang kasalanan na aming nagawa, sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa. Tuluyan po kaming lumalapit sa iyo at tinatanggap ka namin bilang aming Panginoon at alam po namin na wala po kaming magagawa kung wala po kayo sa aming mga buhay. Ngayong araw na ito, gabayan mo ang aming minamahal na Senado sa paggawa po namin ng aming tungkulin bilang mga kinatawan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino, hindi lang po sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, maging sa ibayong dagat. Hinihiling po namin ang iyong kapangyarihan na nagbibigay ng talino at gabay sa bawat isa upang patuloy kaming maging epektibo sa aming mga gawain at trabaho bilang mga senador ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Pagpalain mo po ang bawat isa sa amin, ang bawat pamilya na naririto. Pagpalain mo ang aming mga leaders, lalo na ang aming leader ng Senado, Senator Mig Zubiri, ang aming Pangulo, Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, Pangalawang Pangulo, Vice President Sara Duterte, at ang bawat kawani ng pamahalaan. Muli sa iyo lamang namin ibinabalik ang lahat ng kapurihan, kaluwalhatian at parangal sa pangalan po ng aming Panginoong Yesus. Ang lahat ay makiisa at pagsabing Amen.
Amen. Session suspended for 1 minute. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd like to note that our dear colleague, Senator Bong Revilla, is here with us, physically present, to respond to the roll call. Mr. President, before we proceed,
Merong agimat yan, kaya gumaling ka agad yung kanyang Achilles heel.
pa-share ng agimat, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery? Our dear friend of the Senate, the new DMW Secretary, Hans Kakdak, is here with us. Together
afternoon,
with
Secretary.
DMW Assistant Secretary Jerome Pampolina. We also have with us guests of Senator Legarda, LGU officials of Carmen Bohol, led by Mayor Conchita Toribio de los Reyes. Guests of the Senate, students of Good Shepherd Cathedral School, Diocese of Novaliches. Guests of the Senate, members of Parliament of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, Honorable Jamila Ramos, Honorable Mary Ann Arnado, Honorable Baintan Ampatuan, Honorable Susana Anayatin, Honorable Siti Fahani Uyoyod, and Honorable Nuredha Miswari. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Yes, assalamualaikum to my brothers and sisters from the Bar Parliament, our colleagues in the Bar Parliament, and to all the guests that are here today, welcome to your Senate. Mabuhay po kayo.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 69th Session, Monday, May 6, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Mr. President,
Yes,
with the
your colleague,
permission,
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
with the permission of the body and the leadership of the Senate, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege.
Yes, please proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, 20 years ago this month, a phone call changed the course of our country's history. To jog our collective memories, recorded phone calls between a presidential candidate who was then trailing behind the votes and then election commissioner Virgilio Garciliano resulted in the biggest electoral crisis this country has ever seen. To be specific, there were around 15 calls, but it was one phone call that echoes in our history forever as "Hello, Garci." The ignominy still rings today, and its brazenness echoes in eternity. In "Hello, Garci," a leader who had placed her hand on the Bible to swear before God and people that she will obey the laws of land was clearly heard shopping for votes to salvage an electoral debacle. Dito sa Pilipinas, may kasabihan tayo na walang kandidatong natatalo, puro nadadaya lang. Pero sa pagkakataong ito, hindi lamang nahuli ang magnanakaw sa akto, nagsorry pa. The phone call recorded a woman's voice panic buying for votes. In fact, it recorded a presidential nominee pressing election Commissioner Garciliano, who was on the other end of the line, to produce 1 million votes. The call echoed a haggling for more votes. To quote, the transcript would show, yung dagdag, yung dagdag. It was not a polite conversation one would expect between a sitting president and a constitutional officer. To 85 million eavesdropping Filipinos, it confirmed an open secret about our elections, that votes can be bought and, for those that could not be bought, can be changed. At a time when ballots were manually counted, Garciliano, though he was no tabulating machine, meekly gave his assurance that 1 million votes would be reflected in the certificates of canvass, COC. True enough, some of the COCs, or now certificates of cheating, were later transmitted to Congress, standing as delivery receipts of the votes that were ordered. And when discrepancies were pointed out during the congressional canvass, they were ignored and buried under an avalanche of noted, noted, noted. And that was how Filipinos lost the election in 2004. The loser was proclaimed winner. Kung malaki ang tinaya, mas malaki ang kailangang ikubra. Huwag sana mabaon sa limot na ang Hello Garci scandal ay nanganak ng sandamakmak na impeachment complaints, isang bonggang fertilizer scam worth 728 million pesos, PhilHealth card scam worth 530 million pesos, and the North Rail project worth $503 million para lang may pambayad sa mga tumulong mag-deliver ng boto at maging ang lisensya para sa Maguindanao Massacre. In short, it was the people who paid for the crimes of the Hello Garci actors. Mr. President, a good 2 decades have passed since the Hello Garci was pulled off, and I'm recalling it today not as a daughter of a decent man who was robbed of votes, but as a senator of the Republic who believes it is her duty not to let this blot in our history fade from the nation's memory. In doing so, I'm just taking the cue from my father, who died heartbroken for the people who were let down by the system. But while the father may have forgiven those who did him wrong, the daughter will never forget the names nor the crimes that were committed to our people. More than the need to move on, we must move forward, because I believe it is not the passing of time that heals wounds or mends wrongs. It can only be cured if we apply remedies that will prevent it from happening again, of lessons so powerful that it deters repetition by sanctions that await those who try to commit it once. Tragedies ought to be teachable moment for us, and the Hello Garci episode should have birthed laws that would prevent it from revisiting us. But on this, I am sad to note it did not fully happen. Yes, there were laws passed, like poll computerization and minor fixes, but the biggest scourge, the buying of votes, has not been purged out of our politics. Our counting may have turned electronic, but our machines are fast aging. Aside from technological reforms, a lot more needs to be done in our electoral landscape. These include redefining what electoral crimes words like premature campaigning, vote buying, and vote selling cover. Campaigning should effectively start as candidacy is filed, and vote buying should include all possible modes like the buying of votes through e-wallets. And we saw in 2022, electronic na po ngayon, Mr. President. On this note, I will be filing a bill which shall prohibit vote buying and selling through electronic means or yung mga pagbili ng gamit ang GCash or Maya. So much must be done in so little time. We are fast approaching the midterm national elections next year, and yet the landscape has not changed much since the electoral crisis 2 decades ago. It is when we fail to act immediately that the Hello Garci crisis continues to haunt us. There were many impeachment complaints, but no one was pushed for this crime. The guilty remains in power, taking refuge in our collective amnesia to delete our memory on the wrongs they have committed. Pagala-gala pa rin si Garci, parang wala lang nangyari. Matagal kong pinag-isipan kung sasariwain ko uli itong mapait na yugto. Ngunit hindi ito isang personal na bagay lamang. Ito ay kasaysayan na dapat hindi malimutan, dapat magsilbing aral sa bago at darating pang henerasyon. History is neither political nor personal. Hindi na memersonal ang kasaysayan. Isinasaad lamang kung ano ang nangyari. Paalala ito sa atin na dapat mamili kung anong legasiya ang nais nating iwanan sa ating mga anak. Today, let history show us the way. Here is a film presentation that details the events that unfolded in 2004. But before that, I would like to thank. Well, go ahead first with the film presentation.
Ako po si Fernando Godino. Nalalaho sa pagkakumulo.
Sa aking pagboto ngayon, ako ay nagdadasal, ay balota ay batayang instrumento ng demokrasya.
We hereby proclaim Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
Hello, Garci. Ma'am, okay, mas mataas po siya, pero mag-compensate po sa lanaw yun. So, will I still lead by more than 1 M? Okay, more or less, it's not advantage, ma'am. Kailangan lang natin sa atin. We are now sympathetic to us. Pero yung advantage of that. We will get in advance. Kakapin mo natin kung ano ang kanila.
Sir, can we just clarify? So you're saying that it was indeed the President's voice?
That's the President's voice. Nang naalala ko po doon, sir, merong daw nangyari na hocus-pocus po sa mga botohan.
Malaking bandarayang nangyari. Natabunan yung dapat na mga magagandang plano.
Maliwanag naman di ba? I'm sorry pa nga, di ba?
GMA lost heavily in the Lingayen-Lucena corridor, in spite of the rampant vote shaving in regions 1 to 5 and NCR. In order to win, she needed more than just the additional 951,695 voters in the PCIB area. GMA needed Mindanao, which undoubtedly was FPJ territory. And this is why GMA made at least 15 calls to Garci.
So will I still lead by more than 1 M?
42 or 45% had so many votes for FPJ. Pero yung 100% for in the congressional count, he has even less votes. Imposible yun eh. So there's something wrong there. Right away, that should be checked out.
I didn't need the Garci tapes to convince myself that GMA's administration party had cheated.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Doon sa Lanao del Sur at sa Basilan, hindi lang match yung SOB sa COC. Ayaw ko lang kung sa atin pabor o hindi. Kasi doon naman sa Basilan, sa Lanao Sur, itong ginawa nila na yung pagpataas sa inyo, hindi naman maayos naman ang paggawa eh. So nagmamatch? Oo.
Sabi nga po nila, sa Mindanao, 0 daw sa FPJ. Pero hindi po naniniwala ang tao bayan ng 0 doon.
The ERs of Puna Bayabao showed FPJ with 42% of the votes, but the municipal COC and provincial SOVs give GMA 100% of the votes and 0 for FPJ. In this statement of votes by city or municipality from Puna Bayabao, 100% of the votes are for GMA, and all other candidates score 0. This is a statistical impossibility.
Ang nakita natin sa election return, may boto ang ibang mga kandidato. Hindi lang si Fernando po ang may boto, pati si Villanueva. Lahat ng kandidato may boto.
Yung si Juan, Gloria Macapagal, PLD. Lahat ng Lanao del Sur, PLD. Ang manalo si Fernando po.
We have an interesting discovery in the municipality of Isulan. Note the number of registered voters. 300. Actual voters, 300. And look now at GMA's total votes, 1,041. How did that happen?
Ang pinakamaliwanag na pandaray yung refleksyon ng election return doon sa certificate of canvass. Hello, Garci. Ma'am.
Sadyang tinaya po lang yun. Sana wag naman ganun.
Here is the total effect of Dagdag Bawas in Mindanao in favor of GMA. As a result of the tampering by Garciliano and his operators, GMA got what she wanted, a fabricated margin of 1,063,772.
I,
Your name,
Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, fulfill my duties
as President of the Philippines,
as President of the Philippines.
preserve
Kahit high-tech, kahit hindi, basta yung mga namamahala, takot gumawa ng kasalanan, sir. Wala tayong magagawa, walang magkakadayan eh.
Sana maging pares lang para hindi magulo.
Magbabalik na kusa ang buhay.
Safest thing that you have done is you have stolen the presidency not once but twice. Hello, MPJ!
Ang bunis ng iyong kapwa.
ang serbisyo ko sa inyo ay walang katapusan.
To Garci, Garciliano, to doctor the elections is unquestionably, indisputably, and definitely Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
Pinanagutan ko ng lubusan ang aking mga ginawa at humingi ako ng tawad sa inyo sa lahat ng mabutihing mamamayan na nabawasan ng tiwala dahil sa mga pangyayaring ito. I am sorry.
Kailan po parehas. Pag nagbutuhan, kailangan walang kikilingan at walang kailangan parehas lang po. Laban po ng parehas.
Di niya isinaalang-alang ang damdamin ng nakararami. Manhid, hindi ko matatanggap ang iyong sorry.
We lost a great, compassionate leader of our country.
Isang pamunuan na walang itatago kahit anong bagay sa taong bayan. Isang pamunuan na ugnayin ang interes ng nakakarami. At sama-sama po tayo magtulong-tulong at kumilos na para sa isang bagong umaga.
The running mate of FPJ, Senator Lauren Legarda, for standing by him, Senator Cheese Escudero, for not just standing by FPJ, but our family, for being with our family during those darkest moments, and for helping me be here today. And to the following also who supported the impeachment, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Alan Cayetano. I would also like to thank Senator Coco Pimentel, who at that time wasn't actually a legislator yet, but who gave me this book. Ito po nakalagay. Grace, so that you may know the details of what they did to your father. Good luck, more power. Coco, February 23, 2009. Lahat yan, no? May mga marks talagang binasa ko. Maraming salamat, Coco. I would also like to thank my kinakapatid, Senators JV and Jinggoy. I know you also felt so helpless at the time, but your sympathy and also, alam ko, JV, sinamahan mo si Papa. Jinggoy naman, kasama ka sa campaign, kung ano ng mga pinagagawa mo, pero okay naman. I would also like to thank, although she's not here with us physically anymore, Marichu Vera Perez Maceda, who put together all of those files. Alam ba ninyo kung gaano nakahirap maghanap sa YouTube? Kaya nga wala akong mahanap na interview ni Senator Cheese. I would also like to thank Senator Amy, who attended the wake of my dad and also the President. Although hinahanap ka na namin nung impeachment, medyo nawala. Pero anyway, I would also like to thank the father of Senator Nancy Binay, Vice President Binay, who also stood by us during those times. Maraming dapat pasalamatan. Actually, ginawa ko to, pinag-isipan ko, ilalabas ko pa ba ito? Kasi baka sabihin naman nila, hanggang ngayon ba nagsa-sour grape? Hindi po, wala po akong puot na nararamdaman. Kaya lang lungkot lang na sana, kasi mag-e-election na naman next year, di ba? Sana naman medyo maging maayos kasi rampant na rin na naman yung vote buying eh. And if we want good people to run this country, we really have to make an effort to guard our votes and to make sure that there's a level playing field. So, Mr. President, I also want to thank you for your good example. At alam mo na yon, I really admire you and I respect you. You were probably the casualty of that conflict. But definitely, I would like to thank my colleagues here for giving me this time. This is the first time that I delivered a privileged speech unannounced ahead of time. Thank you for your indulgence.
Maraming salamat, Senator Grace po. Thank you. Session suspended for a minute. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp, the one you saw on the video, Mr. President, believe it or not, that's her, would like to, is seeking the floor. I move that Senator Lauren Legarda be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank and acknowledge the daughter of my running mate in 2004, Senator Grace Poe, for bringing once again to our attention a historical fact that has never left our memory. And she's correct. It is not that we are bitter about what transpired in 2004. It is more important to remember that we must keep the sanctity of the right to vote, the sanctity of the ballot in every elections. But more than that, we would like also to thank everyone who gave us the full support 2004 and beyond. You will recall, Mr. President, that after the unfortunate passing of the father of Senator Poe in December of 2004, I was left by my lonesome to fight for the cause in the Supreme Court in the Presidential Electoral Tribunal. And I would like to put on record the 3 lawyers who stood by us at the time. Pumanaw na po si FPJ nung panahong yun. Ang kasama ko po nung ako po ay kasama niyang, I will put in quotation marks para naman hindi sabihin na sour graping, nung kami po ay, quotation marks, nadaya. When we unfortunately lost in the counting in 2004, ang kasama ko pong mga abogado ay ang yumaong abogado na si Boy Brillantes. Salamat, Manong Boy. Ang yumaong, hindi, buhay pa. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, still very strong. No, Rufus, I was trying to recall, it's 20 years ago. Our lawyer, Rufus Rodriguez, who always joined me in the Supreme Court in every hearing. And the third lawyer was Attorney Avelino Cruz, Ave Cruz of Accra. The 3 of them were our lawyers. Thank you to Ave, thank you to Rufus, and thank you to Manong Boy. It's only Manong Boy who has left us for the next life. Hindi ako handa para magbigay ng privilege speech at siguro binaon ko na sa aking memorya at naka-move on in a way, naka-move forward. Pero masasabi ko po, 3 taon yan na pinaglaban ko sa Korte Suprema, sa PET, kasamang aking 3 abogado. Siguro maaari kong sabihin na yung 3 taon na yon ay pinakamahirap na yugto sa aking buhay dahil marami rin akong kaibigan na nawala. At maring mga kaibigan na kasama ko nung ako'y senador ng unang termino at mamamayagpag gaya ni FPJ na maaring manalo, pero halos nawala ang lahat ng kaibigan sa politika at sa personal nung ako'y natalo. They did not want to touch me with a 10-foot pole because I was fighting it in the Supreme Court and we had a very powerful sitting president then. Pero that was 20 years ago. Let it be. But I promise Senator Poe, tonight after session, I will open my cabinet that I have not opened since 2004. And that contains some of the COCs and SOVs that were given to us by the lawyers, Attorney Brillantes, by Manay Ichu, by Tita Susan, and by some other volunteers. Perhaps some of these were given to the law office of Boy Brillantes at the time, so I lost it. But I assume some were left with me. I will probably have to face up to that reality of 20 years ago and see so that there can be closure in our lives. But thank you, Senator Grace, for bringing it to our attention once again. And meron pa ring konting kurot sa puso, pero siguro ay hinarap ko na ang mapait na yugto ng politika at ng kasaysayan nung panahong yun. Pero salamat sa mga memories na iyong pinahayag dyan. Marami pang letrato, marami pang mga video it was really it was a beautiful experience. It has made me grow as a person as well. So thank you so much, and thank you for acknowledgement of our efforts, not just during the campaign and our political laws, but also the 3 years that we fought it in the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Legarda, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation? Mr. President, may kasabihan po sa amin sa Bulacan na ang bawat mamamayang Pilipino ay niyayakap ang kasabihan na ang hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay hindi makakarating doon sa paroroonan. Even until now, Mr. President, the 2004 elections is still fresh in my memory. I didn't realize that it's been 20 years until today. If you remember, my father, now Congressman Brother Eddie Villanueva, ran for president, and he had 1,988,218 votes. And part nung video na pinakita kanina, Mr. President, baka sabihin, hindi naman bailiwick talaga ni Brother Eddie yung Mindanao. Doon din po sa Luzon, sa Pangasinan, meron pong mga simbahan doon. Simbahan ho ng JIL, simbahan ng Body of Christ. Maging doon po, 0 din si Brother Eddie. 0 si Fernando po, 0 din si Ping Lacson at iba pa. But again, no regrets, Mr. President. I'm also not sour graping, but I felt that it was a blessing in disguise. I believe that everything comes for a reason. Indeed, God is a God of planning. He knows what is best for us. But I would just like to echo what our good senator from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and San Juan City made mention a while ago, na hindi lang po tayo dapat lumingon sa ating pinanggalingan para marating yung nais nating marating. Kung hindi, gawin natin ang lahat para may matutunan po tayo. Hindi tayo tumatanda ng paurong. Hindi paurong ang ating bansa, lalong-lalo na when it comes to electoral reforms. Mr. President, I remember being, perhaps I'm the only one here being the member of that 11-member Congressional Canvassing Committee. And unfortunately, together with the father of Senator Sani Angara, unfortunately, we couldn't do anything about it despite the fact na glaring po yung nangyaring mga kalokohan noong nakaraang eleksyon. Later on, we filed an impeachment complaint. And then after that, Mr. President, I remember I was the only one, and together with Senator, then Congressman T.J. Gingona, and I think Senator Risa was also part of it. We were filing impeachment complaint the year after, and the year after, the year after. And it was tough for us, Mr. President, because para kaming voice in the wilderness, Mr. President. Pero ngayong mga panahon na ito, napapagtanto ko, Mr. President, na talagang parte ito ng paghulma ng Diyos sa ating katauhan bilang policymakers, bilang isang lingkod bayan na maranasan natin itong mga ganitong, I would say, mapait na parte ng ating kasaysayan. Ngunit ito yung dahilan kung bakit tayong lahat ay naririto at hindi huli ang lahat para baguhin ang dapat baguhin. At again, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record that we echo Senator Poe's sentiment that we will never forget. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, at this juncture, Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Ayoko na sana magsalita kasi marami akong alam sa subject matter na ito eh, Mr. President. Pero Mr. President, sa umpisa yata ng speech ni Senator Poe, sinabi niya na may posibilidad pa kasi ng vote buying, this time with use of technology, which is a form of electoral fraud. Okay? Yung whole-scale yung wholesale dagdag bawas, which is, alam ko paano ginawa yun. Kung nakita ninyo bakit naging 300 yung boto, naging 1,300. Kasi ang ginagawa nila doon sa statement of votes by precinct, magdadagdag, may 2 digits yun na entry, 2 digits, magdadagdag ng 1 sa 10 columns. Therefore, that's 1,000. So yung 3-digit total dun sa subtotal, dadagdagan din nila ng 1,000. Yun po yun, ganun po yung estilo dun. Na-examine po natin ng mga dokumento na yan. So, that's the form of electoral fraud sa manual. Ngayon, siyempre, with technology, nag-evolve na rin yung mga vote buying, so which is a form of electoral fraud. And siguro we should all be on our toes and alert because we are using a new system sa 2025. No? Ako hindi naman ako kandidato, but of course, for the cause of democracy, for clean elections, kailangan alert po tayo, subaybayan natin ito, mag-monitor din tayo sa kasi this is a new system at ang weakness naman ng automated, hindi natin nakikita yung bilang, we are deprived of this yung paper trail that trace back which we did in 2004 and 2007 and in other elections. Pero tama po yung nasabi natin na ang lakas na nung pwersa noong 2004, hindi natin na-prevent. Nangyari na yung 2004, hindi pa rin natin na-prevent sa 2007. Napakahirap i-prevent ng electoral fraud. Pero kailangan aware ang ating mga mamamayan that these things happen. And actually, this is the ultimate insult to the Filipino people kasi binabago ang resulta eh. Sa ibang bansa, mga kababayan, ang politiko na magbabago ng will of the people, ostracized ng society yun. Hindi kinakalimutan ng lipunan yun. Hindi na bibigyan ng second chance yun. Hindi na makakatakbo yun. Kaya this is actually the gravest crime that a syndicate or a politician or a person can commit against the Filipino people. Kasi ang message niya sa taong bayan is, I will get to sit in that office whether you like it or not. Yun eh. That is the message of that fraudster, Mr. President. So, pero ako'y nalulungkot lang. Naka-receive ako ng notice from the COMELEC now. They dismissed their investigation of election offense connected with the 2007 fraud, which I proved in the set. So sana ang COMELEC natin would also want to, although we're willing to forgive. But let us not forget, sana si COMELEC is willing to also pursue and charge persons who they can prove to be responsible for electoral fraud. So ladies and gentlemen, mga kababayan, sa mga exposure natin sa mga kababayan natin, ang latest feedback sa atin is this electronic fraud where sa electronic payments ang offer eh. Narinig ko kay Senator Po yun na may bill siyang ifa-file to maybe to penalize, but vote buying is already penalized, but ito siguro how to prove it, siguro it's on the what kind of evidence we will require to prove the crime. Babaan natin, gawin natin easier to prove kasi sa last election yun ang narinig ko na nagpapadala sila ng amount through apps, through electronic means. So that is actually vote buying. So we are one with Senator Grace po, and I recall the events of 20 years ago sa Cagayan de Oro City na lang, hindi po gumalaw ang syudad. Traffic, walang makakilos dahil nandun si FPJ sa lungsod at may rally sa gabi doon sa Divisoria. Ganon po kalakas. Kaya sometimes sa eleksyon nakikita naman natin yung lakas ng kandidato eh. Kaya alam natin na tapos na ang eleksyon. Sa 2004 medyo umiba ang resulta. At meron yata kayong hometown yata sa Pangasinan na zero yata si FPJ sa kanyang hometown in Pangasinan na isang town. So Mr. President, so this is really a sad event in our history na nagkaroon ng maneuver of the true will of the people. Pero siyempre, ang oras, hindi natin nababalik eh. Tapos na po yung 6 na taon na serve out na. So, hindi na natin may babalik. So, and then we are Filipinos, we are really willing to forgive. But yun na nga, I will join our majority leader. Let us not forget, continue to learn lessons, and then help continuously improve the workings of Philippine society. So, thank you very much, Mr. President. Congratulations to Senator Grace and thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Indeed, hope springs eternal, Mr. President.
Yes, before the majority leader acts, I'd like to thank my kinakapatid, Senator Grace for bringing this up. This may be a thing of the past, but I was a witness also in one of the darkest hours in our nation's history. Indeed, the vote of the Filipino is very sacred. Sagrado po ang boto ng bawat Pilipino. Dito lang nakakapantay ang mahirap at mayaman. Kaya nga po sagrado po ito. And probably the biggest crime that has ever been committed to the Filipino people is to steal the voice of the people. So moving forward, we must protect and ensure the sanctity of the ballot. I'd like to thank Senator Grace again for bringing this up. Medyo nakakaluha, no, na balikan yung mga malagim na pangyayari noon. And as I mentioned, we were a witness. Kami po'y saksi doon sa mga panahon na yon. So again, it's correct that we may forgive, but we must not forget so that we may learn from the lessons. Thank you, Senator Grace po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Poe and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Rules. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 173. This is the bill providing new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and the uniformed personnel. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 173 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Defense, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, and to interpellate the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing the objection, period of interpellation is now in order. Senators Estrada and Revilla are now recognized.
Okay lang, I'm ready here.
Buko na lang, bionic man.
With the permission of the good gentleman from San Juan, just a few questions.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President. Noon po ay meron ng AFP retirement and separation benefits system, ito yung RSBS. Ano po ang safeguards na inilagay natin sa ilalim ng committee report na ito upang hindi matulad ang bubuing trust fund na sa naging kinahinatnan ng RSBS? Sino po ba ang mangungulekta o mag-handle ng mga contributions, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I directly answer the question of the good gentleman from the province of Cavite, let me spread it to the record the findings of the Feliciano Commission. First, RSBS never discharged the mandate originally set out in Presidential Decree 361. The RSBS was never a true pension system, and it has not paid a single peso of retirement benefits to AFP personnel reaching compulsory retirement. Number two, all payments of retirement benefits to AFP military personnel have been made from the regular annual appropriations of AFP set out in the General Appropriations Act. RSBS did not contribute anything at all towards reducing the burden of the National Treasury of payment of retirement benefits. And last one, the RSBS was fundamentally flawed. Having said that, Mr. President, we made sure that we will create a different entity from RSBS. Now, you were asking, Mr. President, who will manage the fund? Am I correct, Mr. President?
That's correct. At
Yes.
kung sino po yung mga mangongolekta at
Yes.
mag-handle ng mga contributions.
Yes, GSIS will manage the trust fund, and we are confident of the expertise of the GSIS and the sound management of the pension fund of the civilian employees. And instead of creating a new entity which will manage the fund, which will entail costs and with no track record to speak of, we opted to assign the task of managing the fund to the GSIS, Mr. President. And the administration of the benefits, however, will remain with the respective MUP agencies, meaning the NAMRIA, Coast Guard, BJMP, Fire, and PNP. Meaning the same units which are disbursing the pension funds of the MUP currently funded under the GA will still perform the same functions. And this setup is the least disruptive to the prevailing systems in place, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, there is a risk of possible fiscal collapse due to various reasons, mostly uncontrollable for all of us. This proposed measure under consideration is a step towards possibly cushioning this unfortunate event. Can we state for the record how this reform will try to address, if not totally solve, the bloating, unfunded liabilities of the institution?
Mr. President, maraming salamat sa inyong katanungan. Mr. President, during the rounds of dialogue or consultations that we attended, kapag narinig na ng ating MUP ang mga katagang fiscal collapse, hindi po sila natutuwa. Bakit daw sila ang tinuturong magiging dahilan ng fiscal collapse? Lalong-lalo na yung mga active service in the military. But when you turn your ear to the economic team, they point to the fact that MUP pension liabilities are growing at an unsustainable rate. And since the MUP pension is borne by the annual budget, meaning galing po sa General Appropriations Act, this causes fiscal strain in light of government's growing expenses and limited resources. And this measure, Mr. President, if I may, proposes that the MUP will have its own self-sustaining trust fund which will fund the pension benefits of our MUP. Like for example, the GSIS and SSS. At sa bubuing trust fund na po na magagaling, sa halip na po sa taunang budget, kukunin ang pensyon ng ating mga sundalo, pulis, Coast Guard, yung mga jail officers, at iba pang mga magiting na uniformed personnel, Mr. President.
That's correct, Mr. President. Dapat maliwanagan lahat para klaro sa lahat ng mga umaasa dito para maproteksyonan. Another question, Mr. President. Kamusta na po ang active recruitment sa ating uniformed services? Base po sa datos, ilan po ang pumapasok na new entrants natin mula bago magpandemya hanggang sa kasalukuyan po, Mr. President?
Well, base po sa naging konsultasyon namin sa iba't ibang mga ahensya na kinabibilangan ng mga MUPs, sa PNP po, sa Philippine National Police, ito lang po ay estimate lang ng mga new entrants na pumasok. Sa PNP, sa Philippine National Police, meron na tayo 10,000. Sa Armed Forces of the Philippines, meron tayong more than 13,000. Sa Bureau of Fire Protection, 2,000. Philippine Coast Guard, 4,000. Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, 2,000. Bucor, 1,000. At NAMRIA, 57. For a total of around 32,000.
32,000. At ilan naman po yung mga nagre-retire ng MUP kada taon?
Well, nasaan yung nag-retire? Wala akong data. Yung mga retirees sa PNP, meron tayong 4,247. AFP, 3,760. Philippine Coast Guard, 2,728. Bureau of Fire Protection, 509. BJMP, 298. Bucor, 76. At Namria, 38. For a total of 11,656, Mr. President.
Naitanong po natin ito para magkaroon tayo ng basihan at maikumpara natin kung bumababa o tumataas ba ang bilang mga new entrants na mga nagre-retiro. No? Mula na rin sa mga datos na ito, maaari nating masabi kung hindi pa natin dapat paigtingin ang recruitment ng AFP. No? This leads me to my next question, Mr. President. Kung magkakaroon ng mandatory contributions ng new entrants para sa pension nila, as against sa dating kalakaran sa mga nauna na in service, ano po kaya ang magiging epekto nito sa ating recruitment? Mahalaga pong malaman natin ito, lalo na ngayon na mas kailangan natin ng puwersa, na mas kailangan natin ng mga new entrants upang higit na mapalakas natin ang AFP, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sa inyong katanungan. Tayo po ay sumasang-ayon sa sentimiento ng ating butihing kaibigan ng mababatas na maaaring makaapekto ang panukalang pagbabago sa MUP pension system dahil po sa recruitment. Pero kung pwede lang maibahagi ko lang po, sa atin naging pagdinig patungkol sa MUP pension system at mula po nung napag-uusapan ng pension reforms nung nakaraang Kongreso, nabanggit sa atin ng Philippine National Police na dahil sa pangamba ng pagbabago at posibleng pagbaba ng kanilang matatanggap na pensyon, tumaas ang bilang ng nag-avail ng optional retirement. Yun po ang naging repercussion po niyan. And I am afraid, at this time, we cannot quantify the possible effects of the pension reforms to the MUP recruitment. But we believe that pension is only one of the factors that our kababayans are considering when applying to become part of our MUP force, Mr. President. Palagay ko po, hindi lamang naman po pensyon ang nakakapanghikayat sa kanila para maging sundalo man o maging pulisman, Mr. Ginoong Pangulo. Marahil kasama na din dito ang kagustuhan nilang makapaglingkod sa ating pinakamamahal na bayan.
Paano po tayo makapaghihikayat na pumasok sila sa serbisyo? Alam naman nating hindi biro ang tungkulin. Gayong parang ang dating ay may matatapyas sa kanilang iuuwing sweldo. Hindi po ba kasi natin na mayaalis na makapag-kumpira sila? Hindi po ba?
Ang tinatanong niyo po yung sweldo ng yung contribution ng
matatapyas
MUP?
na sweldo dahil magko-contribute po sila, Mr. President.
Sa
Yung
isang
mga bagong sundalo o police.
Well, sa isang banda, Ginoong Pangulo, maring higit din lumakas ang recruitment ng ating military uniformed personnel kung malalaman nila na magkakaroon ng matatag na pension fund. May sustainable at sapat na pondo silang maasahan sa panahon ng kanilang pagre-retiro sa serbisyo na layunin po ng panukalang batas na ating pinag-uusapan po ngayon. Gayon din, sa ilalim ng ating panukala ay may nakapaloob na 3% annual base pay increase sa loob ng 10 taon at meron ding medical insurance para sa mga papasok sa serbisyo. At bukod po dito, Ginoong Pangulo, ang magiging buwanang kontribusyon ng mga bawat military uniformed personnel sa trust fund ay maaaring tingnan bilang investment for their future.
Under Section 14 of the Bill, Senate Bill number 2501, under Committee Report number 173, the AFP Trust Fund shall be funded through mandatory contributions from the military personnel, which is 7% of their base pay and longevity pay as personal share, and 14% of the national government as its counterpart share. Tama po ba ito, Mr. President? At kung tama yan, ano ang naging basihan ng figures na ito?
Tama po yan, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito po ay halos hindi na iba sa contribution rates ng iba pang mga civilian government employees sa GSIS, no? Na 9% ang kanilang personal share at 12% naman yung government counterpart. Ganito rin po ang pinanukala natin para sa uniformed personnel. Yung PNP, BJMP, Bucor, Coast Guard, Fire Protection at NAMRIA sa ilalim ng ating panukala sa Section 30 kung inyo pong mababasa. Ngunit, mga Ginoong Pangulo, ibinaba natin ang personal share ng AFP sa 7%. At itinaas naman sa 14% ang government share bilang pagkilala sa sui generis mandate ng AFP mula sa ating konstitusyon bilang protector of the people and the state. Siyempre, itong ating mga sundalo, ito yung mga nagbubuhis ng buhay para sa ating bansa. Gayun din, meron po silang mga assets, no? Mga real property assets na maaring magamit bilang seed fund sa AFP Trust Fund kumpara sa ibang mga uniformed personnel kasi yung mga PNP, yung mga BJMP, mga Fire, NAMRIA, Coast Guard, wala po silang assets. Ang AFP lang ang tanging meron po silang mga assets. And we must emphasize, Mr. President, that the monthly contributions to the trust fund will only cover new entrants. Maliwanag na maliwanag po yan. And not those currently in active service. So, ang hindi po maapektuhan yung mga active military soldiers, active policemen, tsaka yung mga kasalukuyan nagsiservisyo rin sa gobyerno. At pati yung mga pensioners, yung mga retirado, wala pong hindi po maapektuhan ang kanilang mga pensyon.
Okay. For my last question, Mr. President, will there be a salary adjustment as a consequence of the pension reform? May posibilidad ba ng karagdagang benefits para doon naman sa nasa active service pa na maapektuhan nitong proposed measure? Tama ba na ang last pay increase nung 2018 at 2019 pa? May plano ba na taasan ang sweldo nila para naman kahit paano ay makusyon yung epekto ng panukalang ito, Ginoong Pangulo?
Ginoong Pangulo, tama po kayo, Ginoong Pangulo. It was in 2019 or 5 years ago when our military uniformed personnel received their last base pay increase under former President Rodrigo Duterte. And under our committee report, Mr. President, we propose annual base pay adjustment of 3% for the next years for those in active duty, effectively including those who will be entering the service. And this is provided under Section 38 of our committee report, Mr. President. And the maximum retirement pay for active MUPs who will compulsorily retire after the effectivity of this act will also be increased to 90%. And this is one benefit that we are proposing, Mr. President. But we must clarify, Mr. President, that those in the active service will not be affected by the proposed monthly contributions. Only, again, and I repeat, only the new entrants will contribute to the trust fund. Para po sa mga nasa serbisyo sa kasalukuyan, wala pong ibabawas sa kanilang monthly pay. Maliwanag na maliwanag po yan. Dahil marami po sa ating mga kasunduluhan, kapulisan, ay kinakabahan na baka pati sila ay maapektuhan. Wala pong ganun. Hindi po magagalaw ang kanilang sweldo Those who are already in active service, hindi po sila maapektuhan.
Yan. At least klarong-klaro po yan at yan ang inaasahan ng ating mga kasundaluhan at ng ating kapulisan. That's all, Mr. President. I just wanted to put on the record the selflessness of our soldiers. Yung kabayanihang walang hinihinging kapalit. When this measure was first proposed back in 2011, maalala natin na sinabi ng PNP na hindi naman makakaapekto ito sa recruitment dahil daw ang pasya na sumali sa AFP ay base sa kagustuhang napapagsilbihan ang bayan at hindi ang financial reward. And while we know that their burning desire to serve and defend the country always far outweighs the financial gain, because that's what heroes are. Heroes are. Let us stress that need to couple this measure with our efforts to empower them. Kaisa po tayo ng sponsor at chairman ng Committee ng National Defense and Security sa adhikaing hindi lamang bigyan ng parangal ang mga sakripisyo ng ating mga magigiting na sundalo, kung hindi patuloy na bigyan dignidad ang kanilang trabaho. Let us strengthen their ranks by providing them the best we can, from uniforms to weapons, housing to medical care. Kaya kahit dito lamang po ay masuklian natin ang kanilang kadakilaan at kabayanihan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at thank you.
Maraming salamat po sa aking kaibigan, Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to interpolate the good gentleman from San Juan is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and Davao region, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the record, I would like to commend our hardworking sponsor, my savior, Senator Jingo Estrada.
My savior.
That's between the two of us. That's between the two of us. For sponsoring Senate Bill number 2501, which provides for a new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and uniformed personnel. Nonetheless, as I have said before, it is my utmost priority that we must find a middle ground, especially when such measure might cause unnecessary worries to our uniformed personnel who are putting their lives at stake in fighting for our country's sovereignty. In this regard, would the good gentleman yield to a few clarificatory questions?
Definitely, Mr. President, because Mr. President, Senator Legarda was asking, why was I your savior, Mr. President?
The good gentleman from San Juan always saved me from hunger. When I'm hungry, he always invited me to his office for anything to eat. So you're my savior,
Okay.
Mr. President. Mr. President, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Can the good sponsor spread into the record the difference between House Bill number 8969 and Senate Bill number 2501?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the bills are essentially the same, Mr. President. That only the new entrants will contribute to the pension fund. And the computation of monthly pension for retirees will be 50% of base pay and longevity pay, increasing by 2.5% for every year of active duty up to 90%. And Mr. President, there will be two trust funds. Okay, I want to make it clear: one for the armed forces of the Philippines, and another for all uniformed services. And there will be guaranteed 3% increase in base pay for the next 10 years. If you compare the House bill versus the Senate bill, the main difference between the House bill and Senate version, if I may. Under the Senate version, the contribution rate for AFP is 7% and 9% for the uniformed personnel of their base pay and longevity pay. Meanwhile, in the House, the rate is 9% for all.
For both.
For
For
the,
both.
yes, including the Armed Forces of the Philippines, for the MUP of their monthly compensation. And number two, under our committee report, Mr. President, we propose the creation of separate trust fund committees for each. This is in recognition of the DND, AFP assets, which will be part of the seed fund, and to ensure that such will not be commingled with other trust fund. Ayaw nila na masama-sama yung kanilang pondo sa iba't ibang mga ahensya ng ating gobyerno. And number three, while the compulsory retirement age is prescribed to be 57 for both measures, in our committee report, we deleted the clause or upon accumulation of 30 years of satisfactory active service, whichever comes later, Mr. President, in recognition of uniformed personnel, especially those, especially the skilled, no, and those with technical expertise who enter the service as late as 40 years old. If we retain that clause, Mr. President, they will be retired at 70 years old.
Yeah, Mr. President, had that idea come out earlier, well, I suppose I should have made a separate bill, one for the AAP and a separate bill for the MUP. Because lalabas kasi dyan na para bang hiwalay ang treatment, iba ang treatment sa military, iba ang treatment sa mga uniform personnel. Makikita kasi yung discrepancy dyan eh. Ay porke ba mas maraming asset ang AFP, iba yung treatment sa kanila, tapos itong mga uniform personnel ng mga PNP, Coast Guard, Bureau of Fire, BGMP, and Bucor ay porque wala silang mga asset ay iba ang treatment sa kanila. Medyo mas malaki yung kanilang i-contribute. So, sana kung nag-survey siya idea noon, ihiwalay sa natin para hindi masyadong discriminatory ang dating. Kung iisang batas lang lalabas ganun, tapos iba-iba ang treatment. So, I'm just expressing
I understand where you're coming from, Mr. President. Dahil ito ating mga kasundaluhan at ating mga kapulisan, nagpapakapatid talaga yan para sa ating bansa. It so happened, yung kaya mas mababa yung contribution ng mga new entrants na AFP dahil nga meron ho silang mga assets. Hindi katulad po nung, I'm sorry to say, unfortunately, yung ating Philippine National Police, wala po silang assets.
Wala
no?
makukunan.
Pati yung mga iba't ibang kasama rito sa MUP, katulad nga NAMRIA, Coast Guard, BGMP, Fire, yun.
But anyway, it's too late no for us to dissect this bill. Gagawa tayo isang bill for AP, isang bill for MUP para, as I have said, para hindi gaanong glaring yung inequality sa treatment natin doon sa kanila. Pareho lang naman yung serbisyo.
Ginoong Pangulo, nanggaling naman po ito sa konsultasyon. No? At pumapayag naman yung liderato ng halos lahat ng kasapi dito sa MUP. Kasama na rin ng ating mga kapulisan.
Alam ko, walang problema yun. There's no point for arguing with that. At hindi talaga sila magko-complain. Pero yun nga lang, hindi mo maiwasan yung medyo malungkot konti dahil iba palang treatment namin. Iba palang treatment sa kanila. Pareho lang kaming nagpapakamatay dito sa trabaho natin. But anyway,
kung papayag lang po ang ating economic managers ng kasulukuyang administrasyon, ibaba natin 7%, papayag din po ako. Payag ba? Payag kayo? Ayaw nila pumayag.
Not because I came from the Philippine National Police, which falls under the uniform personnel. Hindi kasama sa military. Pero as a senator, tinitingnan ko rin sana yung sana may equal treatment tayo sa ating mga military at uniform personnel. Ayun lang naman ang sa akin. But anyway, that's mukhang malabo na natin magawa yan, mahiwalay.
Ngunit, Ginoong Pangulo, I will be open to your amendments if you have any with regard to this issue,
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Maraming salamat. Alam ko namang hindi mo ako hihindian eh. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, to continue, Mr. President, just for the record, this is Section 3B defines military personnel as employees of the government who wear uniforms with ranks, may be armed or unarmed, primarily involved in national defense, enforcement of laws, and in the maintenance of peace, order, and security, and who belong to the AFP. May we know if the new entrants are included under the term military personnel as used in this act? How about active and retired military personnel?
Yes, Mr. President, new entrants are covered. We propose to adjust our committee report, Mr. President, generally covers only new entrants. And we propose to adjust the compulsory retirement age of all uniformed personnel to 57. And for sake of clarity, we placed a provision, Section 39, stating that the separation, retirement, and pension benefits of the MUP in active duty prior to the effectivity of this act shall be governed by existing laws and regulations created therefore and shall be funded annually under the General Appropriations Act. And however, Mr. President, we increased the maximum retirement pay of active personnel who will compulsorily retire after the effectivity of this act to 90%. This is good news for the AFP, whose maximum retirement pay is pegged at only 85%, and NAMRIA, whose maximum retirement pay is set at only 75%. And at the period of amendments, Mr. President, we plan to propose that the maximum retirement pay of retired personnel be also increased to 90%, Mr. President.
Very good, Mr. President.
And if I may, Mr. President, new entrants are military or uniformed personnel as referred under this act who entered or who re-entered the military or uniformed services after the effectivity of this act, Mr. President. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, to continue, to avoid any ambiguity and to enrich the records of this body on the intent of the proposed measure, can the good sponsor spread into the record which specific provisions are applicable to new entrants only, vis-a-vis those applicable to all military personnel, regardless of whether they are new entrants, active, or retired?
Mr. President, I beg your indulgence. I already mentioned that our committee generally covers only new entrants. And as I've said earlier, we propose to adjust the compulsory retirement age of all uniformed personnel to 57, Mr. President. And again, if I may repeat, on Section 39 of the bill, stating that the separation, retirement, and pension benefits of the MUP in active duty prior to the effectivity of this act shall be governed by existing laws and regulations created therefore and shall be funded annually under the GAA, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because right now, I'm not sure if the PNP reorganization bill, which I authored and sponsored, is already enrolled. Is already an enrolled bill. Nakalagay kasi doon, 57 na yung retirement ng PNP. At least, nauna na ang PNP. And there are separate bills, separate measures na pinopropose ng BJMP, ng Bureau of Fire para maging 57 din sila. But with this particular measure of yours, hindi na ako magkaproblema doon na i-author yung mga bills na yun dahil kasama na pala dito sila lahat.
Yes, so Mr.
Pati
President.
Coast Guard, di ba? Lahat na.
Opo, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regards to the mandatory contributions, ito na pala, mukhang nabanggit mo na ito, but for the record na lang, basahin ko. During the budget hearing of the Department of National Defense, Secretary Teodoro manifested that the DND is amenable to the House version of the MUP pension as it is non-contributory in nature. Section 17B of House Bill number 8969 specifically provides that only new entrants shall be covered by the mandatory contributions. Section 14 of the Senate version, however, provides that military personnel shall contribute 7% of their base pay and longevity pay as personal share. Again, for clarity, will this provision also apply to existing military personnel? But I earlier got your answer na new entrance lang talaga ito.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for that clarification.
No, Section 14, subsection A, as well as Section 30, subsection A, providing for mandatory contributions for the military and the uniformed personnel respectively, will only apply again to new entrants only.
Just for the record, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you for the
President.
clarification.
And if I may invite the attention of my colleague to Section 2 on coverage, stating that rules that unless otherwise specified, the act shall only apply to new entrants, Mr. President.
So, I'm sure our active and retired military and uniformed personnel monitoring this proceedings right now are happy to hear from the good sponsor that talagang hindi sila covered, talagang yung mga new entrants lang.
Opo.
Thank you for
Tama
that.
po kayo.
Thank you for that good sponsor. Again, next is about the existing retirees and automatic indexation. Section 10 of the proposed measure provides for the adjustment in pension to wit. There shall be no automatic adjustment of pension to the prevailing scale of salary of the active military personnel of the same rank. May we know if this provision is applicable to our active and retired military personnel?
Well, Mr. President, Section 10, as well as Section 26, which provides for adjustments in pension for the military and the uniformed personnel, will only apply to new entrants. Pensions of active personnel and retired MUPs will still be governed by laws created therefore. The automatic indexation, Mr. President, one rank higher and no contribution will be retained for active personnel and the retired personnel. We do not intend to change or alter any feature of their pension scheme. Wala po tayong babaguhin dun. And to be clear, kung ano po ang natatanggap o tinatanggap ng ating mga pensyonado at kung ano man ang inaasahang matatanggap ng mga kasulukuyan nasa serbisyo sa panahon ng kanilang pagre-retiro, yun po ang kanilang matatanggap. Walang bawas, walang sobra. Walang labis, walang kulang. At the period of amendments, Mr. President, we will again, as I've mentioned earlier, we will propose the maximum retirement pay of retired personnel to be increased to 90%, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, again, to our soldiers and uniform personnel listening right now, huwag po kayo mag-alala. According to our good sponsor, kagaya ko, I am receiving my salary, my pension from the PNP. kapag nag-increase ang sweldo ng kapulisan, automatic, hindi pakialaman ng existing batas na ito, nag-increase rin yung aking pensyon.
That I think that applies to all except policeman na naging senador. Just kidding, Mr. President. Yes, you are correct, Mr. President.
I'm correct. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you. And also, General,
Sino?
si
Reyes?
General Sagal, Ito siya.
Rabaya?
Ikaw.
Reyes? Dindo Reyes?
Hindi, ito isa. Yung Army, yung Navy, yung Armed Forces.
General Roldan.
Roldan. Sorry. Nakalimutan ko. Naka-jacket ka kasi. Hindi ko makita yung nameplate mo. So si General Roldan, kapag mag-retire siya at nag-increase yung sweldo ng sundalo, automatic, may indexation pa rin siya matatanggap. Mag-i-increase yung kaya sweldo.
Tama po kayo.
Kung pwede, bisayain natin ito para maintindihan talaga ng mga sundalo at kapgo natin doon sa field na nagmumonitor ngayon. So, kasama pa rin siya. May indexation siya.
Opo.
Ang walang indexation, yun lang new entrant.
Correct.
May,
Tama po kayo.
makarecruit pa kaya tayo ng sundalo at pulis dito ngayon? Kung marinig yan ng mga gusto magsundalo, magpulis, sabihin nila, hindi na tayo magpulis, hindi na kapareho sa tinatanggap na mga benefits nila. Senator Bato, yung ating matatanggap pag mag-retire tayo. Alam mo, Mr. President, jokingly, sinaside ko yan, pero that would really,
Discourage.
not totally discourage, but may epekto talaga yan sa frame of mind ng mga gusto magsundalo.
Pero meron
Iba
naman
na pala ngayon.
Meron naman po guaranteed increase in salary naman po yan. Hindi naman totally.
Pero iba talaga yung totally guaranteed sa batas, yung kanilang indexation, ganon. Yung kinasanayan na ba? Kasi yung mga tao na yan, mga gusto magsundalo, magpulis, mag-coast guard, mag-bureau of fire, mga anak, mga apo na rin yan ng mga third, fourth generation na yan sila ng mga sundalo eh. Kinasanayan na nila yung natatanggap ng kanilang mga father. Kaya in-expect nila kung magpapasok sa serbisyo, ganun din ang matatanggap nila. But anyway, we need sacrifice in order to
Sacrifice for the country, Mr.
sacrifice
President.
for the country.
At this po, Ginoong Pangulo, meron man po tayong ilalagay na benepisyo para para maengganyo yung ating mga new entrants. Meron pagtaas nga ng sweldo, tsaka meron din silang mga medical insurance para hindi naman sila empty-handed, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat. I hope na marami pa rin papasok. Next, Mr. President, is this is regarding the position of DND and AFP. What is the official position of the DND and AFP, especially the active military personnel, on Senate Bill number 2501? Has the committee conducted extensive consultation with stakeholders? How many military personnel are amenable to the proposed measure? How many have reservations? And what are the reasons, if any? Follow-up question is, how did we address their concerns in the proposed measure? Siguro may consultation naman siguro nangyayari, Mr. President?
Yes. Mr. President, yes, your committee made sure that we attended series of consultations conducted by the economic team of this administration and the MUP agencies nationwide about the proposed reforms to the pension system to hear the sentiments and their concerns. And similarly, my office likewise conducted its own consultations and one-on-one meetings with all the stakeholders concerned. Pinakinggan po natin ang mga sentimiento at saloobin ng ating mga MUP personnel sa mga dialogues. At ito po ay nakapaloob sa ating inihaing committee report, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, for that. But siguro mas maganda, no, lang, wishful thinking lang. Mas maganda siguro din, no, kung kasama nating kinonsult yung mga aplikante ng military at uniform personnel, no? Tanungin natin ba, ganito, pag naipasa namin itong batas na ito, gusto pa ba ninyo magsundalo? Gusto pa ba ninyo magpulis? Papasok pa ba kayo? Parang ganun. Para malaman rin natin yung damdamin ng mga tao na gustong pumasok sa serbisyo.
Siguro nakikinig po yung mga representatives ng MUPs, baka pwede nilang sabihan o i-orient yung mga new entrants sa kanilang ahensya, katulad ng AFP, PNP, etc. etc.
But anyway, Mr. President, we can be assured with the fact that karamihan nito mga tao na ito na pumasok sa serbisyo ay hindi naman talaga nila after yung monetary considerations or whatever na matanggap nila. Karamihan dito talaga ay pumasok sa serbisyo dahil gustong magserbisyo sa bayan. That I can give you the assurance because if you can remember, as far as I can recall, kami noon, together with the late husband of Senator Risa Ontiveros, pumasok po kami sa PMA na hindi namin alam kung magkanong sweldo na tatanggapin namin. Hindi namin alam kung anong hirap na dadaanin namin. Basta gusto lang talaga namin, nasa aming kagustuhan talaga na maging sundalo sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. Yun po ang aming hangarin noon. So, hindi tayo magka-problema dito sa recruitment, I presume. And I hope my presumption is valid. Yun lang, Mr. President. And to close, I would like to thank our good sponsor for answering our questions today and for enriching the records of this august body at the proper time. I will propose amendments in relation to the points I have raised during this interpellation. And thank you, Mr. President and good sponsor. And just remember, if this mission will be very enticing, be very good, and very motivating to the MUP, tatawagin nila itong Jinggoy Estrada Law. Pero pag hindi ito maganda, I hope hindi nila tawagin itong Jinggoy Estrada Law. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your valuable insights and your very, very relevant questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
May I
Mr. President, the gentleman from San Juan, the distinguished sponsor of the measure, would like to say something, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The gentleman from San Juan, Senator Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to acknowledge our resource persons. First of all, the Director of the Bureau of Jail Management, Penology, Director Ruel Rivera, and the other officers and staff of BJMP, Major General Romel Roldan of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the other officers and staff of the AFP, Bureau of Fire Protection Fire Chief, Superintendent Renato Capus, and the other officers and staff of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Commander Darwin de la Cruz of the NAMRIA, and the officers and staff of NAMRIA, Police General Nino David Rabaya of the Philippine National Police, and other officers and staff of the PNP, Coast Guard Captain Oliver Tanseco of the Philippine Coast Guard, and other officers and staff of the PSG, and Senior Corrections Superintendent Milencio Faustino of the Bureau of Corrections, and other officers and staff of the Bucor. And of course, the economic team consists of the Department of Finance, the GSIS, Department of Budget and Management, and the Bureau of Treasury. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Yusek Dorotan around, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is she the former staff here?
Yes, Mr. President, the ever beautiful former staff here in the Senate.
She has time to visit us. That's very good, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2501. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193. This is the bill on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move that we open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is now in order. The sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, and our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, if we can commence with our interpellation on this measure.
Your questions are very welcome as our minority floor leader.
The subject matter of our measure is very timely and relevant, Mr. President. We agree with the general objective of the bill, which is, I believe, to increase and improve the quantity as well as the quality of our livestock, poultry, and of course our dairy production, Mr. President. So, kung pwedeng tapusin na yung interpellation, dahil ganun pala yung, ganun yung objective. Napakagandang objective po, Mr. President. Ang tanong lang po is, paano kaya magagawa? Kasi, Mr. President, sa pagkakaintindi ko sa major programs ng DA, meron na po silang programa na ang tawag nila ay the National Livestock Program. Check ko nga yung budget nito. Tapos, I do not know saan yung milk pupunta. Baka hindi priority program ang dairy production po, no? So, How about poultry, ma'am? Because meron ng National Livestock Program, but poultry is not included in the term livestock. Tama po?
Because in poultry, many of the poultry raisers are commercial poultry raisers. So it's led by the private sector.
And
Livestock, mas marami yung small livestock raisers. 65%. No?
And livestock would include cattle,
And hogs. And
goats.
goat.
Apo.
And ano ba yung rabbits.
May rabbits.
Oh, beehive daw kasali.
Bees?
Bees, yes.
Bees?
Yes.
Okay, sige, ano pa kaya yung mga animals or living things na we consider livestock na hindi automatic natin maiisip na livestock?
So, hog, cattle, carabao, goat,
Anong section yun?
and yun lang. Tapos yung yung sinasabi sa atin na yung lamb. Lamb is livestock, di ba?
Page 3.
Rabbit. Yung mga birds ba? Livestock? Hindi ba? Ang birds considered na livestock. Di ba yun?
We are not mentioning bees, Mr. President. So, are we to interpret our bill as to include bees under the phrase "but not limited to"? Doon sila papasok?
It's part of our amendment daw that we will include bees.
Bees.
But it's not major, no? The major ones are the cattle and the hogs.
Won't we be destroying too much the meaning of the word livestock, Mr. President? If in Philippine law we will define livestock as to include bees, Mr. President?
Di ba yung birds? It's the definition of the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization that bees should be included.
As livestock, huh?
As
We
livestock,
will have to double check that, Mr. President. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. So may we know, just in case the sponsor knows, how come the model for poultry is different? The poultry industry is different from the livestock industry. Paano po nangyari yun na si poultry ay private sector driven, si livestock hindi? Hindi po ba kasing profitable din po ng poultry raising ang livestock?
Minsan it's the ways of the country, di ba? In this country, the poultry raisers are bigger than the hog raisers in this country. And then these hog raisers are being helped by the commercial hog raisers. But they are the majority, 65%. Parang meron silang combination. In fact, during the past, we don't care much about livestock because there are very successful commercial hog raisers who are helping the small hog raisers. But because of the ASF, all of them were affected by the ASF. That's why we're trying to help them to revive the hog industry.
Well, at any rate, talagang tinutulungan na rin sila ng DA kasi meron na ng so-called the National Livestock Program.
Yes, but
alam po natin magkano budget po nito for 2024, for example?
Ang National Livestock? Ano? National Livestock Program is 4.1 billion.
4.1.
Bago yan eh.
Magkano po, ma'am?
4.1 billion.
4.1 billion. And then, gano'n na po?
It became big because of the advent of the ASF. But before, dati 1 billion lang.
Pero kailan po kailan po inadapt ng DA as a banner program si National Livestock Program?
When? 1980. In the 1980s. Oh, yeah, in the 1980s daw.
Okay, so
But I noticed I became the chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food in 2013. I noticed that livestock contributes 33% of agricultural production, but the budget of livestock is below fisheries. And yet fisheries only contribute 15% of our agricultural products. So talagang overlook ang livestock until magka-ASF, and then they suffered a lot. So we're trying to help them recover from the ASF. And at the same time, I noticed that our milk production is 1% of local demand. 99% of the local demand are imported. And I cannot accept that, because if all the milk are imported, then the poor children of the Philippines cannot drink fresh milk. So I made it a point when I became chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food that I give budget to the building of building up our milk production, because I think it will help our poor children to become stronger and more intelligent if they can drink milk.
yes. But if we compare apples to apples po, ang nabanggit po nating sponsor, our milk production is 1% of our milk demand.
Yes.
Tama po ba yan?
Local
Okay.
milk
Yes,
demand.
yes, local milk demand. Yeah. So how about our livestock production? Kasi
It's-
33% siya of agricultural production, pero livestock production, domestic, is what percentage of the domestic demand?
Ilan ang imported?
On a per animal basis po, if we have information. Animal ba?
Parang 80%. 80%. 80%.
So, pwede natin ang interpretation po ba ang kinukonsumo ng Republic of the Philippines, no, ng baboy,
Yeah.
baka, etc., kambing, 80% nun.
Pinoproduce
Tayo,
sa Pilipinas. Ano? Ilan ang baboy? 80%. Self-sufficient ba yung 80%? Ilan yung sufficient? Yeah. I think naman, aside from milk, yung others naman we can produce. Majority. Like for example, ang rice naman natin, ang shortage lang natin, 15% of local demand. So, medyo lang minsan mahilig tayo
15 na po ngayon.
15%.
Meron pa akong memory na 7% lang noon.
Hindi.
So
It's
lumala.
always 15.
That's always been 15.
Minsan nababawasan pa. Pero hindi talaga malaki ang production except milk. Milk ang
Yes,
talagang nakakahiya.
Pagdating po sa poultry, anong figures natin? Our poultry production is what percent of agri production, and is what percent of national demand can we supply from domestic production?
Ilan? 90%.
So, okay.
Kaya lang tayo nag-i-import ng poultry because yung mga like Jollibee, yung kind ng chicken nila na ginagamit sa Jollibee, smaller, na hindi available sa Philippines, so they import. But now they're trying to raise that kind of chicken in the Philippines.
They will import so that the chicken will be larger. Ano ba?
Smaller.
Smaller pa ang gusto
Kasi
nila.
they sell it cheap so they want the smaller type. Itong ating mga poultry raiser, hindi kaya yon, so they're importing. But now I think together with Cargill, they have formed a company to produce that kind of chicken.
Oh, okay. Kasi meron po akong alam na food chain, restaurant chain na service ang sinaserve nila chicken.
Malalaki.
Hindi, yun na nga. Yun ang since Singaporean brand kasi ito ang mga nakakain na doon sa Singapore, sabi nila mas malaki yung chicken doon kaysa
Kesa
sa
dito.
available dito.
Kasi
Kaya I thought it was the other way around.
No,
We
because
would want larger
Di
chicken.
ba Jollibee, medyo mura nila pinagbibili, so it should be smaller. Oo. Para makaka-price kasi they price it 70 pesos eh. Meron kang chicken, ano ba tawag nila doon? Chicken Joy. Oo. So dapat mas maliit para makabenta ka ng 70 pesos. Alam mo naman ang Filipinos, they're price conscious eh.
But our poultry production is what % of our agricultural production?
Together, livestock, poultry, and dairy is 33%.
Together po ito. Okay.
Ang crops is 54, ang dairy is, ang livestock, poultry, dairy is 33, and then 15% ang fisheries. Ako. So talagang malaki din ang production ng livestock, poultry, and dairy. That's why we have to help them. Kasi
Pagandahin pa yung figures po. Agree naman po tayo lahat dito sa ating objective po, Mr. President. Pero yun na nga po, meron na tayong National Livestock Program since the 1980s. So, are we happy with how it has been implemented for
because
decades?
the National Livestock Program is not embodied in the law. So, discretion niya ng DA. Unlike what we're passing, nilalagay natin sa batas what they should do. And they should follow that. Because what we are doing is based on a study to help them in improving their competitiveness. I don't write a bill without a study. I ask the Philippine Institute of Development study what are really the problems. And based on that, I write a bill to solve the problem. Yung ating national livestock, national rice program, kung ano gusto nilang bilhin do sa budget nila, yun ang binibili nila, kahit na hindi developmental. So, our bill is developmental. In fact, in this bill, there are two agencies of livestock, the National Meat Inspection Service, which is regulatory, and the BAI, which is regulatory also. In this bill, we are dividing the work. Bureau of Animal Industry will become developmental, and the National Meat Inspection Service will become regulatory. So to make sure that there is a developmental work and there is regulatory work. Hindi pwede puro regulatory. We have to have developmental work for our future. Oo.
Yan po yung recommendation ng study.
Kasi saan ka naman nakakita ng agency na puro regulatory, walang developmental?
Apo. What would be the examples of the developmental work and to be made possible by our measure?
So this one, we will appropriate the tariff on livestock, poultry, and dairy to become projects for developmental. That's why sabi nila, makokolekta nilang tariff is 7.8 billion every year. So we are allocating them as follows. 12% for propagation of animal feeds, 5% for loans from DBP and Land Bank, 3% for the National Livestock and Poultry Development Program na gagawin, and then 3% for marketing, 2% for research and development, 1% for the development of cooperatives, and this is the biggest one, 29% for repopulation and herd buildup. This is the developmental already. 15% for Bureau of Animal Industry. For hog, it's 60%, poultry is 10%, native animal 10%, other animals 20%. Then we allocate 15% for animal health and welfare, 15% for processing facilities, 15% for food safety, divided into many agencies, and then that's all. So that's 100%. So we will allocate the money to this. We are
Estimated, yeah.
specifying where they will put the money. Kasi pag hindi mo in-specify kung saan-saan dinadala yung
Nasa
pera.
bill na yung 7.8. So ganito po yan. Meron tayong studies siguro on the financial side. In-estimate natin or extrapolate 7.8 billion pesos ang tariff to be collected from livestock, poultry, and dairy imports. Tama po yun?
Oo.
Pero sa batas, linagay na po natin eh. May 7.8 billion na
Yun
po
na nga,
nakasulat. Pero
oo.
how sure are we na yun po talagang yun ang amount na
We have to
makukuha?
start from something. Kaya lang, nakita mo ang expenses by percentage. So kung
Opo.
bumaba, just the percentage of what they have collected. Hindi, it doesn't matter if it goes up or it goes down. We are putting the allocation by percentage.
So, would
Para
it,
yun lang ang general idea of
Yes,
what we
that's
are allocating.
would it be better if we do not put an amount? And just refer to the tariff collections.
Yun daw ang average na nakokolektan nila through the years. Eh. So,
Sige, in the period of amendments na lang siguro po, kung makaisip tayo ng better way kasi, so is our bill ready for if it's a shortfall? What if we don't get 7.8? What
it's
is
a
our
percentage nga eh. Ang allocation is percentage of the total. So kung bumaba din yung percentage. Yung absolute amount because it's a percentage.
24. Anong page? Section 2. Page ano yan?
In fact, just like the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, they told me that they will collect 12 billion. So I allocated 10 billion. That's wrong kasi nakakollect sila ng mas malaki. So mali. So ngayon, when we pass again the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, we'll do it in percentage. Para pag lumaki, mas malaki. Pag lumiit, mas maliit. But that's okay. Diba? Pag lumiliit naman, we should be happy because we're importing less.
And then our measure provides that if the collection exceeds the 7.8 billion pesos, the excess will be
No, it's
parang
a percentage.
deposited the excess. The
No,
excess
no.
will be deposited to the fund for as the seed amount for next year's fund.
For next year,
Apo.
yes.
Apo.
Oo.
So thank you for that, Mr. President.
Kasi
Pero ito
percentage.
pong the mere fact that the budget for the National Livestock Program currently of the DA is 4.1 billion pesos. Hindi po ito regulatory. This is also developmental.
Yeah,
ano po
but,
bang ginagawa nila?
Minsan nga pag develop hindi masyadong developmental ang ginagawa. Just like what happened to rice, they buy the imported hybrid seedlings na defective. Tapos yung binili nila imported, what do you call this? Fertilizer or chemical fertilizer which is bad for the soil. Parang ganon. That's why I'm indicating what to do so that what they will do is truly developmental. Kasi pag bumili ka ng imported chemical fertilizer, that's bad for the soil. We should encourage organic fertilizer. But that's
That's for the siguro for the National Rice Program po
Yeah,
yan.
ganun
We're
din
talking
to.
about the National Livestock Program. May we
katulad
know
nito,
siguro if we can just get summary from the DA ano bang what are the components of this program? Developmental din yun for sure. We want to see how different the current programs are from what is in the bill, Mr. President.
Ano in-spend na nila sa national livestock?
Actually, ang difference 3 point.
Oh. Anong majority? O anong ginagawa sa ruminants? Namimigay. Hindi, ilang percentage ang pinamimigay? Oh. They're not giving away animals to the small farmers. Konti lang daw ang pamimigay sa animal. Ako, pinakamalaking budget should be for giving away animals to the small farmers para they will be encouraged to to have more animals. Like for example, the dairy. When I came to the Department of Agriculture, they're not giving away dairy animals. It was me who allocated my Senate budget to give dairy animals to the co-op. Kasi I was so disappointed that we're producing 1% of our demand, considering that the dairy, what do you call them? Bureau, the dairy organization, the National Dairy Authority, and the Philippine Carabao Center has been in existence for 30 years, and yet they are not giving dairy animals to the co-op of farmers. So I allocated a certain amount from my entitlement as a senator to give away to the co-op of farmers so that they will take care of dairy animals. Dito yung animal distribution daw is 4% of the total. Eh tayo ngayon dito sa ating bill, 29%. That's most important. And of course, another important thing is taking care of the animals when there's a spread of ASF or bird flu or whatever. So there should be a budget for that. Kasi yung iba, kaya nag-spread ang ASF, ayaw ipapatay ng mga farmer yung mga ASF na may ASF na hog. Kasi that's their only holdings, ipapatayin. Dapat binayaran yun at ipinapatay para pumayag na patay para wag mag-spread. Eh, hindi nila binayaran. So, tinago ngayon at pinagbili, kaya kumalat yung ASF. Siyempre, mahihirap sila. That's their only means of livelihood. Tapos papapatay mo without paying for it. They will not kill the animal. So, that's the reason why we have to make a law. Now, we are very specific on what we will do so that our development program will be good. Otherwise, if we rely on something na walang legislation, they will just implement what they want to implement. Munti mo dito, animal distribution is 4%. That's very low.
But at least meron na tayong body of data on animal dispersal under the National Livestock Program. Kahit na 4% po yung binibigay doon, I think that's still 160 million pesos. Malaki-laking halaga din po yan. Kumusta? How has it been, yung repopulation effort through the National Livestock Program, Mr. President? 1.6 na ba? Hindi. 416.
It's always ongoing. Kasi if it's not a law, we cannot control it. It's the Department of Agriculture which will control it. Kung hindi batas, kaya lang tayo may oversight. Dahil we passed the law, they should follow what is indicated in the law. But if it's just a national program of the Department of Agriculture, they will not follow you. I assure you that. I've been here for 11 years.
Hindi, sige po, ito
Kaya
po.
ako nagpapasa ng batas to make sure na may oversight tayo because it's a law. And they follow what is written in the law.
But what is written in the law is the percentage nga and the purpose, which on a smaller scale, ginagawa na under the National Livestock Program. Can we get feedback nga dun sa binigyan sa National Livestock Program? Hundreds of millions na rin siguro yan over the years. Kumusta? How was it? Anong incentive ng recipient na buhayin yung livestock at palaguin si livestock?
I think what made the livestock industry better before the ISF is that the commercial hog raisers, they made the small hog raisers their contract growers. Okay. So they take care of them. and they take care of what their needs are, and then they are marketing them for them. Oo, yun. That's a good program which is a combination of the joint effort of the private sector and the small hog raisers. Mas maganda yun yung sila'y contract grower, and then the private sector will take care of taking care of their needs and doing the marketing for them. So, yun ang better combination than the government distributing. Kaya lang, di ba sinasabi ko sa iyo yung paiwi na kino-confiscate, binabawi nila pag nanganak, tapos ayaw na maibigay nung mga small hog raisers. Ako, I don't believe in that. Dapat pabayaan sila to have more so that they will be encouraged to grow bigger. Kasi pag binabawi mo, there's no incentive for them to grow more. Oo. So, iba-iba ang iba-iba ang strategy.
Yes. I agree po, Mr. President, iba-iba ang strategy. Although yung meron kang obligation din, may sense of responsibility rin po yun. You need to repay something. Kasi kung libre, parang... Pero ano po ba ang mangyayari?
I think the incentive will be the amount you earn from it. Oo. Like I have a model for dairy wherein we give one processing equipment and 50 animal to a co-op, and then they distribute the animal to the members of the co-op, the wives, and they take care of the animal, and that's milking carabao and cow, and they sell the milk to the co-op, and the co-op does the processing and then sell it. I indicated in the masustansyang pagkain para sa mga batang Pilipino, this is the feeding program of the DepEd that they should buy from the co-op of farmers. Kasi I saw this in one barangay in Mindanao, and it's very successful. Except that the cow they're using was given by OSA, not by our local dairy program.
By law, did we put in the bill that those who are livestock contract growers of commercial entities will be disqualified from receiving distribution of livestock?
No, we did not.
But shall we? Kasi otherwise,
I don't think so. There's small may definition lang na hanggang less than 50. Pag ang hog raisers, less than 50 ang inaalagaan. Dalawang classification, less than 5 and below, and 50 and below, 'di ba? Mas malaki yung binibigay do sa 5 and below kaysa do sa 50 and below. Parang kinlassify lang natin, pero hanggang 50 lang. Beyond that, hindi na, commercial na sila.
wala yung mga commercial entities po, they do not engage in contract growing with families or persons who own 50 and below livestock.
Usually, they engage also.
O nga, so in effect
Kasi yung contract growing, not necessarily, yun ang pinaka-serious yung lahat pinoprovide nila. Pero merong bumibili sa kanila na sila talagang nag-aalaga, but they are not provided inputs, diba? They just take care of buying their products and selling it nationwide, yon. So, dalawang klase yon. So, syempre, pag hindi ka nag-provide ng input, mas mahal mo bibilhin yung animals, diba? So, there are differences. So, it's a model, maraming model. It's not limited to that.
Our bill allocates 29% of the tariff collections kasi ang purpose niya is for repopulation and herd build-up. But the ultimate recipient would be the small holder.
Not more than 50.
Not more than 50. But this
and then yung mga 50, usually 50, ang 5 ang individuals. Yung 50, cooperatives na yun. Association
And-
of Farmers.
Yes, and these cooperatives may have contracts with commercial entities
Yes.
in growing livestock. So are we
Hindi
we
naman.
are we not
Baka-
indirectly subsidizing the business of the commercial entities?
Kasi pag ikaw naman ang taking care of the production cost and all that, parang selling lang, buying lang sila. They buy from you. They do not, if you can afford na hindi sila ang mag-finance sa'yo, then they buy from you. Commercial lang. Kung gusto mo ipagbili sa kanila, kung ayaw mo naman, you can sell it yourself. Nasa iyo ang discretion. But we are helping the 50 and below. Diba? So, hindi naman...
So what's the, okay, so in real life po natin, application ito, naging batas for example ito, meron tayong co-op na will be a recipient of livestock. Anong example ng livestock? Would be cattle, Cattle, or hogs. Let us say. Bibigyan ngayon bibigyan si racer, livestock racer ng hogs, kasi hog racer siya, okay? And what is the purpose? What is the purpose of giving that co-op or that person hogs? So that pipirma ba siya ng kontrata that the purpose is to propagate, for them to reproduce? Hindi niya pwedeng katayin? Ma'am, use the mic, tita, mic.
When you give to a co-op, you don't give to the co-op per se, to the individuals who are members of the co-op. Maliliit yon. Oo. Kaya lang may co-op siya. Kaya nasasabi mo nakaka-50 siya kasi maraming members.
Correct,
But
correct,
if
yes.
you look at them, they're also small ones. Kung bigyan nga sila, tulad pag nagbigay kami ng milking carabao, bawat member isa. Oo. And then, dinidistribute sa 50 members, tapos may isang processing equipment. So, small din yun. Ngayon, the co-op will take care of selling iyon to the market. Kasi pag you're selling to the market, you have to have the economies of scale. Kasi kung masyado maliit naman yung wala kang parang you cannot demand from the buyers, di ba? Oo. Wala kang bargaining power but too small. Oo.
Yes, in the example that we're discussing, Mr. President, so hogs ito.
Yeah,
Hogs. Example, hogs,
this is
where this-
milking carabao and milking cow. Pero pag hogs,
Yes.
pag hogs naman, meat yun eh.
Correct.
Ang
Meat-
hog
meat yun eh. So-
Walang milk sila. Ang
so-
carabao and cow may milk. So yung mga babae, milking. Yung lalaki, meat. Pag hog, puro meat. Oh.
So if the main purpose is repopulation and herd build-up, how can that be achieved? Meat siya eh. Meat, kailangan siyang katayin eh.
pero nanganganak yan bago katayin eh.
So,
May breeder.
shall we make sure that
Oh.
ganun na mangyayari? Ganun ba nangyari sa current National Livestock Program? Kasi yung 4% na dinidevote niyo, I'm sure for herd build-up din yun eh. Hindi naman pangkata yun eh. So,
From my experience kasi, if it's not a law, they don't follow. So maganda yung may batas kasi they follow. Because pwede mo silang sabihan na you follow the law or else you're in trouble.
ilagay niyo na lang doon.
Remember, the agencies which we are giving the benefit are professional of the Bureau of Animal Industry. So they will retire with the Bureau of Animal Industry. In case they don't follow the law, we can complain and they cannot have their retirement, their peaceful retirement. Oo. Kaya mas may bargaining power ka sa kanila.
What is the meaning of peaceful retirement?
Yung walang kaso. Graceful pala daw, hindi peaceful.
Yes.
Graceful
Tama po yun.
retirement.
Mas maganda po yung term ng ating sponsor. It's a peaceful retirement. Tama po yun.
Walang kaso.
Let it be a
Walang
warning. Yes, let it
abuses.
be a
Oo.
warning. Opo.
Kasi from my experience, you
Ito pong
can
Philippine
demand.
Carabao Center natin, ipapadistribute din po natin siya ng dairy animals. So pati na yung mga cows, sila na?
Dalawa kasi
Hindi pa ba
pag nag-anak ang cow or carabao, may babae, may lalaki.
Correct.
So yung mga babae, we will distribute as milking. And then yung lalaki as meat.
And the distribution will be through the Philippine Carabao Center?
Yes.
Even of cows?
No, National Dairy Authority. Nasa Baltas naman eh. When it comes to
clear.
cows and goats, all others would be National Dairy Authority. And then cows, Carabao lang ang Philippine Carabao
Yes,
Center.
opo.
Kaya dalawa silang agency.
Pero si dairy, dapat lahat ng didistribute through the National Dairy, for milk yun. Milk
Yeah,
production.
but you cannot choose when you do when you bring up animals and they give birth, you cannot choose if they are men or women. So,
Yes, yes.
Kaya magpo-produce din sila ng men. So, ibibigay nila yon as meat. Yung babae as dairy.
Sige pa. So, okay, basta, okay, we will try to look for language, Mr. President, na we have to strengthen the purpose, which is repopulation and herd build-up. Alisin natin yung palusot na, kinailangan kainin or kinatay, Mr. President. Otherwise, malaking...
But if you are intelligent, you will not use as meat the female.
The female.
Kasi you will earn more and longer. Oo.
Yes.
Oo. I have a Carabao dairy farm in my farm school. And really, you will earn more if you take care of your dairy animal for milking than just selling them as meat. Mas short term yung meat eh. Mas longer yung dairy.
So sana po, alam na rin ng DA ngayon yung model. May model, siguro tayo?
No, we have
model farm.
No, we have farm
ipakita
school.
natin.
We have 2,805 farm school since 2016, and 800 of them are accredited with TESDA, and the TESDA is paying for the tuition of the farmers learning from our farm school. I have allocated in the laws that I pass 1.1 billion pesos a year for subsidizing the tuition of the farmers who are studying in our farm school. And there are farm school in every town in the Philippines nowadays. So we're teaching them how to understand the industry more so they will do it right.
Mga 2% po yata ang ibibigay natin dyan sa farm schools dito sa tariff collections.
No, it's for rice tariff dito at 2%.
Dito po, apo.
2%
Apo.
ba? But in the rice it's 700 million for TESDA
So,
a year. And for coconut it's 400 million a year for TESDA.
So the farm schools, kasi nabanggit nga sa bill yung farm schools, would be the same farm schools, dadagdagan sila ng subjects to teach the farmers? Ito
Usually,
po?
a
Or
farm
are we
school-
establishing separate?
Usually a farm school will teach what is present in his town. Kung ano yung industry ng agriculture sa town niya. Kung rice producing, they will teach rice. If hog producing, they will teach hogs. If it's fishery producing, they will teach fisheries. Kung ano yung major industry do sa bayan niya, yun na ituturo niya. Kaya there is a school in every town in the Philippines.
What do we envision with the 2%, Mr. President? We also envision the establishment of
Yes.
new farm schools.
No,
This time,
usually
magturo
the
na
farm
ng
school-
livestock raising, dairy production. Gano'n?
Usually the farm school is a farm.
Okay.
Is a farm.
Oo.
And then, kasi ang vocational school is on the job training. It's not about books or reading from books. It's about practicing what you are taught in actual situation. That's vocational school, on the job training. Kaya kung may farm ka na, tapos gusto mo magturo noon, i-adjust mo lang yung farm mo para makapagturo ng course na yon.
What is the agency of government running the farm schools?
Agricultural Training Institute ang nagpapa-accredit.
under DA? Under DA?
Under DA.
Ang nag-a-accredit. Pero yung nagpapatakbo po,
Private.
private sector na. Opo.
And then the TESDA, pag accredited ka ng Agricultural Training Institute, TESDA will pay for the tuition of your students.
So TESDA lang ang conduit for the tuition payments, accreditation. Okay, so how long have we had this farm school system?
2016.
2016.
I
Okay.
passed the farm tourism law which encouraged the formation of farm school in every town in the Philippines. And since 2016, we have now established 2,805 farm school, 800 of them accredited with TESDA. There are only 1,600 towns and cities in the Philippines, so mas marami na yung farm school.
So ngayon na wala pa po ito, wala pa tayong National Livestock and Poultry and Dairy Program, di ba? Ito yung ginagawa ng bill natin. Ngayon medyo kalat-kalat pa. Sa 2,800 farm schools,
meron na rin
meron na bang nagtuturo dyan on livestock, on
because
dairy and poultry?
TESDA has a budget for agriculture in general. Oo. So,
Pero baka sa rice po nakapokus yun,
hindi.
Mr. President.
Iba yung budget ng TESDA for agriculture, iba yung binigay ko for rice and for coconut and for yung coconut kasi nilagyan namin ng intercropping eh. Like dairy, coffee, dairy and cacao. Kasi yan ang good intercropping with coconut. Eh. So binabayaran na rin yun ng 400 million ng coconut.
So from a new tariff collection source, 2% ilalagay natin sa farm schools. And this would be the same 2,800 farm schools, tama? Dadagdagan sila ng funding.
Like ang livestock, poultry, and dairy na provinces na malakas is Batangas and Bulacan. So may mga specialization like Nueva Ecija is rice. Isabela is rice. Bukidnon is rice. Merong mga provinces na nag-i-specialize on certain. Ewan ko, sa Mindanao is specializing in in livestock. Ano? General Santos daw ang livestock. That means South Cotabato and Sarangani, no? Tsaka Bukidnon. So may mga specialization din sila eh.
Meron pong umabot sa akin na observation, and I hope the sponsor will comment on this, na although the DA through a certain anong DA what accredits the
ATI, Agricultural Training Institute.
Agricultural Training Institute accredits the farm school, the TESDA pays the tuition of the farmer scholars natin, students. Ang komentaryo po na-receive ko is no agency assesses the results of the farm schools. Is this correct, Mr. President?
Meron daw assessment ang TESDA.
TESDA?
Pag hindi pumapasa, hindi babayaran.
Check nyo na. Okay. Bibigyan ng TESDA ng parang examination yung farmer scholar. Sige po, but that's not what I heard. But thank you for the feedback from our sponsor.
Minsan kasi may mga abuses din in spite of all the things we do.
Apo. So, yes, talking about abuses, okay. Ganun din naman yung line of questioning ko rin sa Government Procurement Reform Act. Meron tayong body of information sa old law. So now that we know the abuses, can we plug them? Can we come up with language in the bill to at least help minimize the abuses, Mr. President?
We are trying our best.
Sige. So we can help you? Can we identify?
That's why we write a law. Kasi the mere fact that it's a law, you cannot abuse it. If you abuse it, you are subject to case, maybe corruption, maybe whatever. But if it's not a law, you cannot do that legally.
So yan po yung nakita nating weakness sa current programs ng DA na hindi supported by law, naisip lang nila, gagawa
Oo.
sila ng programa. Sa paano po naabuso yung let's say a program na hindi mandated by law? Paano po siya naabuso ng DA?
Katulad noon, yung what you call this, yung sa rice, yung ano tawag dito? Yung mahal yun yung hybrid seedlings,
sige.
which they import. Oh, ang chismis, ayaw tanggapin ng farmer, ayaw tumubo. Kasi ang chismis po doon, binibili daw yung reject sa abroad, tapos yun ang dinadala dito. Kaya nagtataka kami, hybrid seedling na pagkamahal-mahal, ayaw tumubo. So there are abuses also. Whereas yung ating inbred seedlings ng field rice, ang field rice ang nagpapagrow noon, certified inbred seed ng field rice, kahit mas mura yon, mas binabantayan ng field rice kasi sila nag-imbento noon Sila ang nagpagrow doon sa supplier nila at ang supplier nila, Filipino, nakokontrol nila. And then yun ang pinamimigay nila sa farmer. So, depende din Kaya nagtataka kami why mas gusto nila yung inbred seedlings ng field rice, mas mura yun And supposed to be mas less ang ano nun, ang production, ang produce noon kasi less inputs yun, ganon. Sa history, mas malaki ang production ng hybrid. Pero itong hybrid na to ay tumubo So there are abuses also.
Yes, and we're talking about the application of the rice talification law yan, sa RCEF po yan na fund. No? So since andyan na rin po tayo, I hope the sponsor will not mind. Tama-tama ito kasi kaninong umaga ko ito natanggap na meron namang allegation yung composting machine supposed to be distributed to barangays all over the country was awarded to a supplier at the cost of almost 900,000 pesos per unit. Ang allegation is a manufacturer can do the same only at 400,000 pesos. So,
depende.
Yung mga ganyan
May
pong...
400,000 nga, ayaw naman tumakbo. Mas gusto ko na yung 900,000 na tumatakbo.
Correct.
I have that experience Kaya ako, it's not, which is the cheapest.
Correct.
It's the most efficient. Oo. Kasi mura nga, hindi naman tatakbo, useless yun.
What can serve the needs of the procuring entity. Meron pa pong allegation that some white elephants in the countryside are rice dryers.
Di pangit ang supplier.
Narinig niyo na po ito, Madam Chair?
Depende kasi kung sino supplier Minsan palakasan din yung supplier, di ba? So tayo gusto natin kahit mas mahal yan, pero good quality. Kasi kahit mura yan, kung hindi naman tatakbo yan, wala ring use yan.
Correct, that's
diba?
correct. Or tumakbo na isang araw. Meron pong mga ganyan.
Yung iba nga, hindi na tumakbo Kaya nga, you have to have an oversight functions on what they're doing.
Meron po tayo sa ating parang last section. Parang power of the president. May we get anong sections ba to? Section 28 po. Title 7, Final Provision, Section 28, Powers of the President, page 31. What are we granting the President here, Mr. President? I mean,
Yung
is this a new power? Is this a new power?
No, it's custom duties lamang. If he wants to bring down the custom duties, to bring down the prices, so he's allowed to do that.
Yes, and the customs duties are in the CMTA, most likely, di ba? And that is a law.
Yeah, but
So
sometimes...
are we giving the President the power to amend the law?
Sometimes there are conditions in the world market that there is a shortage and or the prices are rising, so you can bring down the price, you have to bring down the tariff. So yun yung emergency power yon to help the people. Hindi naman ito power na you...
To the knowledge of the sponsor, have we given the President the same power in any other commodity or item, Mr. President?
This is not the first time. This is not the first time we're using
Yeah,
it.
may we know the
We-
existing law where
We have
with
that in
similar
the
grants?
rice tarification law. We have that in the Salt Industry Development Fund.
Salt?
Oo.
Salt?
Oo. Kasi minsan, kaya siguro sa agriculture because it's food. So we don't want na pag nagmamahal ang food sa world market, then it's fluctuating. So we want to control the fluctuation para affordable sa Filipinos. So we give him emergency power to bring down the tariff.
But in all of these instances, the adjustment made by the President is temporary.
Temporary.
Tapos talagang meron darating ang time na babalik siya sa what the law provides.
Yes, yes.
We just have to
So
make sure of
emergency
that,
ito,
Mr. President.
emergency, di ba?
Okay. So it's under an emergency concept, Mr. President. So.
The power herein delegated to the President may be withdrawn or terminated by Congress through a joint resolution.
Yun na nga. So if we cannot get the necessary majorities in Congress, the President,
usually this
the President would have amended the rate in the law.
Usually the President does this to make the food affordable to the people. Kasi, food is very important. We can do without everything except food. That's what I'm telling the people, that you have to take care of your farmers and your consumer, because in our country, in our world, we can do without everything except food.
Opo, very sensitive ito. Kasi pagkain at we are one with you, Mr. President. Basta importante dito yung production natin kasi actually that's the only way to fight inflation, Mr. President. In my opinion, kahit ano pang theories i-propose diyan. Inflation would be, di ba, the demand for the same number of goods. And that's why it exerts increasing demand for the same quantity of goods available. Therefore, it exerts pressure on the prices.
It's abuses also of the traders. So that's why we passed the anti-agricultural economic sabotage law. It's the law against profiteering, hoarding, cartel, and smuggling.
Yes, but yung abuses of the traders na term na ginamit na ating sponsor would parang involves manipulation of demand.
Yes.
And supply pala, at supply, yes. So yan po yun. So we increase domestic production. Tulong po tayo diyan kung anong magawa natin to help increase domestic production. At huwag tayong puro importation ng ating nasa isip. Actually, ang masakit doon kasi ang imported, inflation na nga, inflationary, sasabihin natin inflation sa buong mundo. So yung ini-import din natin, inflated din yung halaga nun.
But sometimes
So inflation
the trader,
importation
they
is not the
manipulate. Even if the importation is cheap, they manipulate the prices. That's
Yes,
why we want to control them also.
And then, Mr. President, ito na lang siguro nakita ko rin yung FDA. Binabawasan po natin ng trabaho si FDA. And nag-aalala ngayon ako sa FDA. Baka mawala ng maiwan trabaho dyan. Kasi number one, tinanggal natin si vape, ma'am. Si vape, tinanggal natin. Sambil natin.
Kasi ang FDA,
si
ang
vape.
bagal-bagal. So, okay lang sila to take care of the food of the human.
Yes.
But yung gamot at food of the animals, siguro dapat ibigay na natin yun dun sa newly created agency natin na yung nanggaling sa National Meat and Inspection Service, ginawa na nating regulatory body formally. as what do you call
Pero
that?
dairy products yata. Dairy products
Hindi.
for human consumption.
Beer. No, for everything na yan, regulatory. We divided the livestock industry into two agency. Four. First, BAI. Ang BAI is the developmental, and the NMIS we turned into Bureau of Animal and Poultry Inspection and Regulation or BAPIR. Oo. So they take care of this livestock, poultry, and veterinary drugs and
Yes.
product importation regulation service, livestock and poultry inspection service, animal feed, veterinary drugs, and biologic control service.
Hindi, isa
Oh, ginawa na natin. Bigay ko to sa kanya. Bigyan mo na lang ako.
Hindi po ba ang pati ang regulation over all dairy activities and products, hindi ba natin binigay na sa NDA, National Dairy? Yes. So, tinanggal natin sa FDA yun. Just handed this representation the chart, the organizational changes, a chart to reflect the organizational changes in the Department of Agriculture, specifically under the USEC for NLPD. Ganun po ang mangyayari.
Yes.
Yun po, Madam Sponsor, no? Ang biggest bureaucratic change natin sa bill natin is there will be an undersecretary for the National Livestock, Poultry
Meron
and
naman
Dairy
talaga.
Program.
Meron talagang undersecretary, except na dinivide natin yung agency into one regulatory and one developmental. Tapos may head both yon, may head. Na bureau head. Oo. Kasi maganda yung bureau head kasi professional yan. They will stay with the agency in their lifetime. Kaya they really take care of the agency. So may bureau head yan. Yung regulatory at saka yung BAI, yung PCC, Philippine Carabao Center, and the National Dairy Authority.
So ano pong mangyayari sa, kunyari maging batas na po ito, yung National Livestock Program ng DA, i-maintain pa rin yan as one banner program or ihalo na, isasama na dyan si
Usually,
poultry and
they hindi pinakikialaman ng BAI yan no? Under the, ang USEC na pinipili ng Secretary of Agriculture, di ba?
Anong section?
Oo. Itong BAI is what you call, a director, di ba? Oo. Director of the Bureau of Animal Industry. Bureau Director yung BAI. Oo. Under din ng USEC. Pero hindi mas kontrolado.
Existing sa another law ito. Check mo. Other law ito. Oo. Check nila. No, pagdating po sa mga banner programs po, ano po ang nakikita nating epekto nitong batas na ito? Panukalang batas
naman.
nito?
They have separate budget, and the Department of Agriculture, the Secretary of Agriculture chooses the head of the banner program, diba? From the USEC and the ASEC. This one is yung ating pinag-uusapan Bureau Chief to.
Apo.
Bureau of Animal Industry at saka yung regulatory, it's a bureau. And then Philippine Carabao Center is a bureau, parang equivalent ng bureau, and then the National Dairy Authority is parang isang bureau. So 4 bureaus. Oo.
But right now, there is already an undersecretary for NLPD right now?
Yeah, right now.
So pinagsama na rin pala right now ang livestock, poultry, and dairy?
Yung dairy
Right now?
ba? Dairy hindi kasama eh.
Okay, so talagang bago po ito because our bill provides for an undersecretary for national.
Kasi how can you separate the dairy when the animal for dairy is the female production of the
Correct.
BAI, di ba? yung pumupunta sa dairy, the female, the male will stay with them, di ba? Because they are meat, di ba?
Meron po tayong, ito na lang po para malaman po, meron tayong proposal to condone or write-off debts po dito.
Ayun, tinanong mo sa akin.
Opo.
Oo, kasi before, when they give animal to the smallholder farmer, they require them to return the animal if they give birth, di ba? I don't, I don't,
How much would be the running balance of the debts?
Oh, sa NDA daw 1.6 billion. Sa PCC, sa Philippine Carabao Center 64 million.
Yeah. I think we should write them off.
Condone na.
Yes, condone. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, napansin po namin that the Oversight Committee under RA 8435 is the same Oversight Committee which
Everything.
which will oversee our bill. Ang problema dun sa existing law natin, the law does not provide for minority representation in the Oversight Committee. In the law. In the existing law. So, since babanggitin na rin po natin yon at the proper time, we will introduce amendment.
You can introduce
Yes,
amendment.
opo.
We like the minority.
Yes. And according
I
to,
like the minority.
maybe you know why, Mr. President?
As long as the minority is not destructive.
Okay.
Like you, the two
Yes.
of you, that's okay.
Thank you for the kind words, Madam Sponsor. So I think my staff says we are referring to RA 8435. So ayan po yung Congressional Oversight Committee, and we will reach back to that old law.
That's AFMA daw, AFMA.
AFMA. Yes, Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Act.
That was passed in the 1990s, di ba? Ano? 1990s pa yun. The father of
Senator Angara.
Senator Angara.
Apa.
Long time ago.
Ito pong ano yung cord? Ito lang po yung ating mga beneficiaries sa ating dispersal program siguro would be yung mga nasa registry system for basic sectors in agriculture, yung mga farmers or fisher folk na nasa latest official poverty statistics ng PSA or list. So how updated are these lists of the where we will get the beneficiaries of our programs, Mr. President?
It's updated every year. And especially the co-ops, they're in existence naman eh. You can see who are the good co-ops in a community. We're very familiar with the co-ops. So they come from the co-ops, many of them, di ba?
So pagdating po sa co-ops, the co-ops just need to accredit.
Yes, they're accredited with the CDA. Oo. May meron silang official they're
But they are co-ops of poor farmers and fisher folk. Ganun po yung nila.
Alam mo, ang co-ops, ang contribution nila sa co-op usually 5,000 pesos each. So you know that they are poor. They're small, very small.
Wala pong co-op na nag-graduate na siya dahil hindi na naging poor
Like
ang
for
kanyang
example,
mga members.
the biggest co-op in the Philippines is in Ilocos Sur and Dakar. They have billion of assets, but their members 200,000 each. So if you divide 1 billion by 200,000, that's 5,000 each. So they're very successful because they were able to attract many farmers and fisher folks. But they are small. They're not big, except that they're very successful in managing the co-op. I'm very familiar because every year our foundation, we give award to the 20 best co-op who are helping reduce poverty in the Philippines. So I'm very familiar. We search for them. And they're really very good. When the co-op is good, it's really very good. Yung mga nababankrupt na co-op, Yung co-op ng Las Piñas na bankrupt eh. So it depends on who founded the co-op. If the one founding the co-op is really has a heart for the small farmers, it will really be successful.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last point, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, can we take a look at Title 2, Roadmap, Section 4B, nasa page 5 po yan. Why is there a mention of a corn development program?
Because the biggest feed for livestock is corn. So, in fact, in connection with this, I was hoping that we can look at the Corn Development Fund also. Because the biggest feed for livestock, poultry, and dairy is corn. So, it's important that we develop the corn industry so we will be self-sufficient in food for our livestock, poultry, and dairy.
Pero dito natin siya ilalagay sa
There's a separate bill.
roadmap ni livestock, poultry, and dairy. Hindi ba may sariling program ang DA sa corn?
Yeah, National Corn
Yes.
Program.
Can
And
we
we are writing a bill also on corn.
Precisely. So, should we retain the corn?
Yes.
So soon we will be having two laws mentioning a corn development program, Mr. President.
Yeah, but they go together because feed is very important for livestock, poultry, and dairy. And corn is the feed. Ilang percent ang corn sa feed ng? 70% of the feed of livestock, poultry, and dairy is corn. So we cannot disregard corn.
Yeah, but when this bill on the corn development program
They don't
becomes law, I mean, kanino naman siya? I mean,
There's no conflict.
who will be in charge of the corn development?
Bureau of Plant Industry.
Wala namang
Pero at
mabigat na
least-
role sa bill natin ng Bureau of
Yeah,
Plant
but,
Industry.
It's just a mention.
Can we anticipate that? I mean, can we leave out the corn development program from the roadmap for the livestock, poultry, and the dairy roadmap or development program?
Parang mention lang dito yung Corn Development Program, but it's BPI which will take care of it. Minention lang dito. It's not BAI. In partnership with the DA National Corn Program and the Bureau of Plant Industry, the roadmap shall improve support for diversification in the use of corn, such as corn silage, and the overall development of the local corn industry. Parang minention
Maybe we can separate it. Because it's not in the writing of the roadmap, but it's in the obligation to coordinate.
yeah.
Sige pa.
Yeah, sige.
I get it.
You make the amendment.
Yeah, pa.
Okay, thank you.
Separate. We will make it a standalone section or provision, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I thank our good sponsor for her patience and for educating us. We are in full support. Are we in full support? I'm asking. I'm asking the 50% of the minority if we are in full support.
The constructive minority.
We are in full support kasi production po ito. I mean, that's the only way to fight not only inflation but poverty, Mr. President. And of course, helps us with our food needs or food concerns, Mr. President. So thank you congratulations to our sponsor for
Thank you very
sponsoring
much.
this bill, Mr. President. Thank you.
Hindi muna.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, and considering that no member wishes to interpolate and ask further questions, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Madam President.
No objections? Hearing none, the period of interpellations is hereby closed. May I request that I be made co-author of the measure?
Sure, Madam President.
If I'm not yet reflected as co-author.
Yes, Madam President. We will
Thank you very much.
take note of that. With that, Mr. President, I also move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. I so move, Mr. President. Madam President.
Consideration of the measure is hereby suspended. Thank you.
Madam President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9805 under Committee Report number 249. This is the bill on the Negros Electric and Power Corporation. I so move.
The parliamentary status of the bill. Yes.
Madam President, the consideration, I move that we consider the
Yes.
the House Bill number 9805.
Under Committee Report 249.
Yes, Madam President.
That is now in order.
Thank you, Madam
May we
President.
know the
Madam President, the
status?
parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Service, no other than Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate the gentleman from Valenzuela, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. So move, Madam President.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is in order. We now recognize Senator Grace Poe, Chairman of the Committee on Franchises, and Senator Gatchalian is also recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. It's a good sponsor, willing to take a few questions.
Yes,
Madam
from
President.
our expert energy committee chairman in the past. A few
Di naman, ma'am.
questions.
Just a few, ano lang naman. I just know a little bit, Mr. President, Ma'am President. Mr. President, let me start off with, I understand that this is a sort of a takeover from an existing electric cooperative. And this electric cooperative is Seneco, which operates in Negros. And I was looking at the performance and classification of Seneco, and based on the data that we got from the website and also from NEA, that Seneco is categorized and classified as Yellow 1. And I believe that this is also categorized as AA electric cooperative. So meaning they're not an ailing cooperative. Admittedly, they're not one of those top performing cooperatives, a AAA and a green cooperative. Nevertheless, they're one notch, sometimes two notches below what we consider a top-notch cooperative. And I would like to ask the good sponsor, if they are not an ailing cooperative, what value will this new operator bring to the people of Negros, specifically to the city of Bacolod, which is the biggest consumer in that area?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. I'm glad that was asked. Yes, Seneco is not exactly failing in terms of its performance, but there's also an untapped possibility for them to be able to expand. And this is where, this is the reason why the board has agreed to a joint venture, is because they need additional capex. As of now, Seneco has absorbed losses of 156.3 million in 2022, and as of September 2023, they also absorbed 93 million due to high systems loss. Now, Mr. President, what's happening aside from they are absorbing these losses, they are just getting by for their day-to-day expenses. And as we know, our population is continuously growing, and then we are also wanting to expand business opportunities. But to be able to do that, you'll have to be able to invest so much in infrastructure and expansion, of which Seneco is not really capable of rolling out that much in terms of capital. And that's why, seeing also the result of the performance of more in Iloilo, they decided to join this group for a joint venture.
I'll go to the performance of more in Iloilo because I understand that the Negros Electric Power Corporation is also an affiliate, or they have the same ownership structure with more in Iloilo, and I'll go to that in a little bit. So I understand that this electric co-op, as what the good sponsor mentioned, is just getting by, but they have difficulty in expanding their services, meaning they cannot invest in capex. How much capex is needed by Seneco, and how much capex is NEPC pledging to invest, and how long will they put in those capex?
Mr. President, there is a planned 2.1 billion pesos in capex investments over a span of 5 years. So that will greatly improve the service also. In fact, yes, service has been provided, but maraming complaints with regards to brownouts and also, well, power interruption. And then, kunyari ikaw gusto mo magpatayo ng call centers or offices dito sa Bacolod, yun nga, you need more power. The demand for power will definitely increase. That's why even all the local government units, majority of them, if not all of them, the ones affected, Bacolod City, Silay, Talisay, etc., they are supportive of this, Mr. President.
I understand also that the franchise proposal was filed by the respective congressmen from that area. Congressman Benitez, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes, Mr.
and Congressman, who's the other one that from Negros? Congressman Benitez.
Ferrer?
Congressman Ferrer, correct. So both of them are from that area.
Yes, yes.
The 2.1 billion capex, how will this be recovered?
Well, Mr. President, this is from the conversations I've had also with the investors. It will take at least maybe 15 years or more for it to be recovered. But it's almost like a legacy for them to be able to help Negros. The good thing about some of our investors is that they really think of the long term, that what it can do since they have surplus, some surpluses in their other businesses, they feel that investing in Negros, although the return will not be quick, is a wise decision because it will definitely encourage an economic expansion in the area.
All right. And typically when you, of course, the legacy building is one of the, probably the overarching direction of the owners, but typically businessmen would want to recover their investments. No? And I understand that this 2.1 billion will be invested over the next 5 years.
Yes.
And in utilities, typically in a utility business, capex is passed on, no, to our consumers, and that's a normal business model for utilities. No? In fact, in utilities, everything is passed on, no, to our consumers. So definitely, in this 2.1 billion will be requested from ERC for approval to be passed on, and there will be some increase in rates over the next few years. So I would like to know from the good sponsor, how much rate increase will it cost because of this 2.1 billion capex investment?
Mr. President, actually, it will not change the rates, at least based on, I'm sorry? In 2 or 3 years, the rates will not really change. But what I'm saying is, with this business, they've also proven in Iloilo, in spite of they had to change so many things in Iloilo, even the old meters and then all the wiring, the connections. But they're still providing the cheapest service, I believe, in the entire country, right? In the Visayas, in the entire Visayas region. So, again, Mr. President, yes, investors want to recoup their money maybe as quickly as possible, but we know that there's a difference between a savvy investor and just a fly-by-night investor. And I feel that with this particular investor, they have proven that it's also in the waiting game that they succeed. That's what differentiates the amateurs from the experts. They say the amateurs will just want to go in and then get their money and leave. This one is more on the long term.
And I understand that the good sponsor mentioned earlier that because of their savviness, no, and because of their expertise, knowing that they have a successful operation or a efficient operation in Iloilo, they also are they assuring the consuming public in Negros that rates will not increase for the next 2 to 3 years because of their savviness and because of their efficiency? Is that an assurance that, a bold assurance that the new operator is willing to make for the consumers in Negros?
Yes, Mr. President, definitely they said 3 years. And besides, I mean, I understand why our colleague is scrutinizing this. But given also the current setup, I think that this is definitely a better option for them. And I really wouldn't use savviness in a condescending way in this instance because I feel that they've also have a proven track record.
Yeah. Because obviously I do agree that in many cases the private sector is more efficient and more flexible and more effective in management. And I'm hoping that their management expertise will make the operation of Seneco or NEPSI for this matter efficient. So even though they invest the 2.1, they can find efficiency and they will not pass on the 2.1, but yet the consumers will feel that efficiency by pegging the rates or by not raising the rates for 2 to 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President, because any raise anyway has to go through the regulatory process. They can't just increase rates drastically without being approved. I mean, the gentleman from Bulacan appreciates that, he understands that, and also I'm happy that he brought up that the private sector, more often than not, are a little bit more efficient because they're answerable to their stockholders also. They have to be more transparent, so we can really see more or less their income capacity and then their expenses. But of course, yes, I agree. That's why a franchise is a privilege. If you cannot, if you cannot fulfill the obligation, it's also Congress's right to take that franchise away if there are grave abuses.
How much is the current retail rate in that area, in that particular Seneco franchise area?
11 pesos and 91 per kilowatt hour. The cost of more in Iloilo is 10 pesos and 71 per kilowatt hour. So a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
Less than a peso.
Yeah. And so in other words, assuming NEPSI will successfully take over Seneco, the rates will be around 11 pesos and 91 centavos for the next 2 to 3 years. Is that a statement that we can make and assure?
11 pesos, 0.09.
0.09 per kilowatt hour. Is that
Yeah.
that
Yes,
we
for
can
the-
assure the Negros consumers?
Yes, more or less, Mr. President. But of course, there are also market forces. Unless tomorrow there's an oil embargo somewhere in the world, Mr. President, I don't expect it to drastically change.
Yes, definitely. Well, if there's really a,
Force majeure.
an event that is quite staggering, then it's just rational that rates will jump, or it will also go down, no, depending on the situation. But at least, if all things equal in the next 3 years, no, assuming there's no significant aberration in feedstock and in raw materials of power plants, then this rates will be at level, or it will be the same for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I'll go on to I'll go on to, and this was discussed during the hearing, Madam Sponsor.
Okay.
And I requested this during the hearing. I remember during the hearing, I also heard some, and thank the good sponsor, the good chairperson of the Committee on Public Services for being fair, because both sides were heard during that time. No? The Seneco officials, the NEPSI officials, as well as those who are objecting to this
Joint venture.
Joint venture. Can I ask, how was the joint venture triggered? Was it Seneco who solicited because they knew that it's difficult for them to expand? Was it Seneco who solicited private capital to come in? Is it the private sector who went to them and said, no, we can provide you with capital? How was it triggered?
Mr. President, the Seneco board actually reached out to them, maybe because they've seen the example set in Iloilo, and also with the prodding of the local government, that here is an opportunity for you not to have an out-of-pocket expense and to incur more loans, because there's a partnership that will come in to invest, that could possibly invest. So they did seek out the meeting with that, with more power, sorry. So it's the same lang. With more power.
Yung pinakita kanina ni Ken Moore na slide, may prepare niya. Okay. So it was the Seneco board who reached out,
Yes.
and explored possibilities of this joint venture. And then during the hearing also, I understand that there were some allegations on the process in which the joint venture was approved. Apparently, the plebiscite rules were
Yes.
not promulgated. So can the good sponsor walk us through from the time the joint venture was formulated, and then the plebiscite happened, and then was there any approval from government on how the plebiscite will be conducted?
Mr. President, there's this actually rule that's a little bit laborious. I don't know if you call it that. But in a cooperative, all consumers, 50% of the consumers plus one should approve this merger, if you call it, or joint venture. So for them to be able to do that, the possible investor, meaning Moore, had to help check the list of all of the consumers, because a lot of them have already passed on. So parang COMELEC lang yan, dapat lilinisin mo yung voters list, di ba? So after doing that, of course with the supervision of NEA, they were able to update the list, and then they had the plebiscite, and then after the plebiscite, they overwhelmingly got their support. And that's how it started. I mean, all the board is in agreement. Now, the former employees, if I may anticipate your next question, all the employees also agreed, except for some of the union members. But let me reiterate that this company that will be in the joint venture more has promised that whatever agreements they have with their company, the employees will continue to have their pensions paid. And for those who are able-bodied to work, will continue to work as long as they don't have any offense. So I don't know if they're hanging on for sentimental or reasons beyond commercial, but definitely Moore is making exerting all effort to comply legally with the requirements.
I'll just walk through the process, just broad strokes, Madam Sponsor. The plebiscite rules, let's start off with that. Apparently, before all of this happened, before the plebiscite happened, there was no plebiscite rules. And the law states that in a disposition of assets, you need to get majority vote of your members. And however, there's no rules to conduct the plebiscite rules. So, was the plebiscite rules promulgated? Who promulgated it? Who approved it? And was there a monitoring team during the conduct of the actual plebiscite? Parang COMELEC, ma'am, no? When you conduct an election, there's a third-party personality who monitors the plebiscite. So, number one is were the rules approved? Who approved it, and was there a monitoring team?
Actually, Mr. President, the Moore Company and the Board of Seneco went above and beyond because there are no NEA guidelines. NEA had no formulated rule to implement Section 36B of PD 269, which is the guidelines of the plebiscites were only created and approved by the board in 2023 to support the JVA. So NEA only did it in 2023. And then, so therefore, discretion was left to Seneco on how to comply, especially considering that it is more familiar with its franchise area. It's more companies and on-the-ground operations. NEA, however, required Seneco to ensure that all of its member consumers, which are eligible to participate, are given the opportunity to do so. Seneco then formulated its own guidelines to conduct the plebiscite through Resolution number 13702 dated May 2023, May 30, which includes proxy voting and likewise implemented by the same. This was observed by NEA authorities and NEA officers.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Sponsor. So there was no plebiscite rules, so NEA created their own rules because.
Yes, Mr. President.
To proceed.
Seneco created their own rules kasi it's in their cooperative rule. Diba? Dapat 50%. Mr. President, this is the first time actually that a cooperative will have a divestment of their capital. So they had to come up with these rules under the knowledge also of NEA, which approved it. Now, Mr. President, as you know in the franchise, okay, these are all different agencies, but we, the Senate and Congress, are the main body that grants these franchise. And we allow the change of ownership or transfer of ownership of a franchise for as long as it gets congressional approval. I mean, that's the long and short of it. I mean, whatever the process is in the bottom, they complied with NEA, it will always have to come up, and it is always up to us to say, is it fair or not?
That's correct. The enactment of a franchise is a decision of Congress, but the transfer of asset is a decision of the member consumer owners. So that's why in order to transfer the asset, you need to have the majority vote of your member consumer owners. But in order to do that, you need to have the plebiscite rules, because or
Right.
else there's how do you conduct the election. So I just want to understand whether the plebiscite rules were duly approved by NEA, and whether the, as you mentioned earlier, the cleanup of the voters list. Because during the hearing, I remember someone mentioned that yung mga patay raw nakakaboto. No? That's not unique in our election system, even the political election system. But the cleanup process should be undertaken. So I just want to ask whether the plebiscite rules were approved by NEA. They found it credible. They found it fair. They found it transparent. Was that undertaken by?
Yes, Mr. President, it was approved by NEA. Here's the thing. As I mentioned, this is the first time that this situation has occurred wherein they will be buying into a cooperative. So, of course, NEA was caught flat-footed here. Wala pa pala silang rules on how to be able to determine the majority of consumer members of a cooperative. So, they just kind of, with the help of the potential investor, they just devised this whole system. Now, hopefully this will be something that can be patterned later on. But as I was saying, na-clean nga nila yung listahan daw na wala na yung mga patay na bumuboto. And if there was anybody who had a question about it, they could have easily checked the records and say, hindi, patay na yan. Bukas naman yun eh. Di ba? Nasa NEA rin naman yun.
Correct. Well, as I heard from the good sponsor that NEA approved it, so as long as NEA found the rules fair, transparent, and implementable, I think that will suffice the process of the plebiscite rules. Because in my opinion, you cannot create your own rules and then implement it and then impose it on the voters. No? Parang it's self-serving in that sense. No? Especially if there's a lot of doubt and there's some resistance, whether it's big or small, it's good to be transparent, and it's good that a third-party regulator or the regulator itself looks at the plebiscite rules. That's my point, Madam President, so we can squarely face those oppositors that the rules are duly approved and compliant to NEA's benchmark or NEA's standards.
Wala nga silang benchmark eh. Yun nga yung ano dun.
At least po in board. At least the board, they're governed by the board. So I would assume that the board is knowledgeable on these things. And then, so that's one of the aspects on the plebiscite, Madam Chair. And I mentioned about more earlier, and I remember more Iloilo. We talked about this last time when we had the franchise here. And I remember during that time, and I flagged this during the hearing, and I think the president of Morris here, Mr. President. I remember at that time, President of More.
Mr. President. Oh,
And,
Mr. President.
I remember that time, the debate was, the selling point of More Iloilo is it was cheap, no? Mura siya, no? And I remember at that time, the prices were at 6 pesos, no, per kilowatt hour. No? So everyone was very happy and excited to receive that rates. But I also flagged that the rates were very low because the contracts were with PSAM. No? It was a contract that is undertaken with PSAM, and PSAM contracts are really very cheap. That's why a lot of electric co-ops want the PSAM contracts. But but when I check the prices right now,
It's about 10 pesos.
it's about 10 pesos, right? I'll show the slide, Madam Chair, slide 2. So this is, I don't want this to happen again, and I want to be transparent to our consumers that the prices right now, and I think it was committed earlier, it will be pegged for the next 2 to 3 years will remain at that level. Because consumers, at the end of the day, all they want is cheap prices and constant electricity supply. At that time, the selling point was 6 pesos. Kahit ako, who doesn't want 6 pesos? But after the PSAM contract expired, we went back to the normal pricing of 10 pesos.
But
And-
Mr. President, if I may just interject, yes, it's 10 pesos now. But do you know that even the neighboring towns would rather have more? Because for them, never mind if we have to pay a little bit more, but there's no interruption and the quality is good. I mean, I think it's unreasonable also. I mean, okay.
So 4
They
pesos is
weren't
a big.
really- they
4
weren't-
4 pesos is not more, no. It's really a big chunk, no. So
No, it's a big chunk, but it's not like it's so. Their race is unique in Iloilo. I mean, this happens everywhere. In fact, Iloilo is not the most expensive, but they're happy to be able to have better service. So I understand that it was 6 pesos and yeah, 4 pesos to 10 pesos, but I think you cannot find that many who would say, oh, we'd rather revert to the old service provider, in spite of this jump.
Yeah. Well, my point, Madam Chair, is transparency and assurance. And of course, I'll be very polite and say that we should be transparent to our consumers. That's why from the onset I was asking about the pricing, because at
Correct.
the end of the day, consumers care. That's the biggest deciding factor, their pricing. No? So this is a scenario that we don't want to repeat again. No?
Yes,
But
Mr.
right now at
President,
10
no.
pesos, I don't think it will go up to 15. No? That's impossible. So,
Well, I'm
but-
not the expert you are, but Mr. President, I appreciate our colleague here mentioning that to protect our consumers. But let me just say that it was, from my understanding, even from the hearing, they never promised as a selling point that it will be at 7 or 6 pesos peg the price for the next how many years when we gave them the franchise. They never made that guarantee, but they just said that at the moment, because they have the cheapest nga naman at that time. But in this case, I'm glad that you mentioned it. They are promising this time, right? No increase. Within 3 years, no increase. So ngayon nagpa-promise sila, no increase in 3 years.
Decrease lang, no? No increase, but may decrease naman. I think
Sana.
the decrease is important also.
Thank you to the gentleman from Valenzuela for your interpellation today.
Thank you, and we, because of the prodding of our good majority leader, I have completed my list, Madam Chair. So, Madam Sponsor, thank you very much for your answers and clarification, and thank you very much for receiving a few questions from this representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I know why Bianca is really so in love, because our colleague here can be charming if he wants to be. So, thank you for
Thank
this
you.
short interpellation. Okay.
3 billion ba ito? Cover ko na lahat. Importante yan. Yeah, okay.
Palitan mo na, baka magpalit.
Thank you. Baka magbalit pa isip, Mr. President, Madam President.
Okay na, okay.
And Madam President, next to interpellate is the distinguished, our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Madam President.
We thank Senator Gatchalian and we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Madam President. Good sponsor. Oh, sorry, the good sponsor is like some of us suppressing a yawn, but I hope
Sorry.
I can ask her to field questions from this representation. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Madam President.
Yes.
All right. I'll actually be following up on some of the points opened by the gentleman from Valenzuela and also asking a few additional questions. So, during the last budget deliberations for the DOE family, I remember raising the concerns about the security of tenure of employees in the face of the looming takeover of more power of Seneco. I got no categorical answer then from NEA Chief Antonio Almeda, who said NEA doesn't have jurisdiction over labor issues. But during the March 5 hearing, CEO Roel Castro told the Public Services Committee chaired by the good sponsor that Seneco workers will be prioritized in the hiring of NEPC. So ang tanong po, ang ibig bang sabihin nito ay lahat sila, Seneco employees, ay isa-separate muna sa Seneco at saka na lang i-rehire sa NEPC? At kung ganito ang mangyayari, naaayon ba ito sa batas, Madam President?
Yeah, Mr. President, I was informed that actually all of the ones that will be, that they will be receiving all benefits that are entitled to them, like separation pay, etc. Under the collective bargaining agreement.
So, yun na nga po, Madam President. So hanggang sa gabing ito, wala pang reassurance tungkol sa security of tenure kasi ang frame at saka yung mga termino ay benefits, specifically separation benefits sa ilalim ng collective bargaining agreement. So ihihiwalay muna talaga sila sa Seneco at kung sakali na lang i-rehire sa NEPC. And I would like to make of record, Madam President, na hindi po iyan na ayon sa batas. If we refer po to a Supreme Court jurisprudence under GR number 190187, sinasabi po doon ang merger at a consolidation ng mga kumpanya o kahit tawagin pa itong joint venture agreement, hindi dapat maging dahilan ng dismissal ng mga empleyado. For the record, Madam President, Seneco employees are regular employees. Therefore, they already are enjoying security of tenure prior to this JVA. Pero, kung bibigyan sila ng separation pay as provided under Articles 8 and 9 of the JVA, that means the termination of their employment and consequently, their loss of security of tenure. Tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko dito, Madam President?
Mr. President, what is happening, as I appreciate what our colleague is saying, that yes, upon the termination, they will lose their tenure, but because that's also the tenure that they had with the last company. As we know right now, that's also the reason why they're given the benefits of separation. Although we call it a joint venture, majority ownership is more power. Therefore, they are already they are incorporated into it's a new incorporation. So after they let go of the employees, in fact, double benefits nga to eh. Kasi they will get their separation pay from the last company, the last cooperative, Seneco, after which those that are qualified can already apply for a new job. In fact, I was told that about 200 employees have already expressed their interest to work with the new company, and they will be given priority for rehire. So, para bang nag-early retirement ka, kinuha mo yung pera mo, tapos bumalik ka rin naman sa trabaho, edi na-enjoy mo pa yung bulk. So for me, it's actually a good setup. Now, if they say, paano yung mga iba na hindi ma-hire, hindi makukuha, Mr. President, I think that hindi naman ganun kabilis humatak ng tao doon. Kukunin mo pa rin naman yung mga sa tingin mo nakakaalam ng trabaho nila. Ang hindi mo lang talaga kukunin, yung may mga masasamang record. And can we blame the employers to check and evaluate if an employee is competent or not? I mean, di ba? Kahit naman tayo sa opisina natin, ganun din naman tayo, di ba?
Salamat, Madam President. Pero, ganoon pa rin, inulit na ang mga empleyado ng Seneco who are regular employees and were already enjoying security of tenure prior to this JVA will lose their tenure under the company Seneco. Sa napag-alaman ko nga at sinite ko yung pinaka-relevant na bahagi nung Supreme Court ruling na iyon, hindi ganito ang sinasabi ng batas at mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema na nagsasabing hindi dahilan ang merger, ang consolidation, kahit majority owner na ngayon ang more power, dahil hindi rin naman tumigil ang operation ng Seneco, hindi po dahilan itong merger o consolidation o JVA sa dismissal ng empleyado. Meaning, obligasyon ng successor company na sila ay i-absorb ng walang epekto sa kanilang tenure. Lalo na kung hindi naman tumigil nga o nag-cease operations ang Seneco o NEPC. No? So ngayon, kung susundan ko po yung pahayag ni Mr. Castro nung nakaraang hearing at inuulit nila ngayon sa ating plenaryo, terminate at rehire at ang mangyayari. At kung rehired man, applicant Seneco employees would start at year 0 in NEPC as their tenure ended upon their termination from the latter. At alam naman po natin sa mga empleyado, sa mga miyembro ng union, sa mga miyembro ng union na may CBA, napakalaking pagkawala nito. At hindi po mapapalitan kahit pa ng sinasabing magandang separation package. Dahil sa simula pa lang, di naman nila option ma-separate dun sa kumpanya. And my follow-up question to that, Madam President, is assuming this scenario takes place, will employees gain back their regular status as well as their union, which they enjoyed under Seneco?
Yeah. Mr. President, marami kasing sinabi yung ating colleague dito. So, let's begin, okay?
Yes.
First of all, it's a joint venture, but under a new company na. It's not a merger under still Seneco. It's already Negros Electric, okay? So, hindi ito, in short, it's a new company, okay? So, under our laws, pwede talagang mag-retrench kasi bagong kumpanya na to eh. But let's not forget that their benefits entitled them will be given to them. Now, will they still have the same status? Yes, they're still regular once they apply and they're accepted. Now, admittedly, it's not a guarantee that they will be taken, but it will be based also on their past performance. It's also the option of the company, but I sympathize with the employees, maybe the feeling of uncertainty. I think that any change, whatever it is always never comfortable. But this is also the clamor of the larger population in Negros that would also want better electricity service with no interruption and probably more expansion in terms of investments from other companies. So, Mr. President, I mean, I'm sure at the proper time, the good senator from Capiz ba? Yes, from Panay can always propose an amendment, but I'm not going to harp on this issue anymore. I've already said they will be given their separation pay and all benefits. It is not, buying a majority share. It's a totally different company.
Which, by the way, created by a joint venture agreement that was never agreed to by the General Assembly of Seneco, na yun ang prosesong ino-observe ng mga kooperatiba o electric cooperatives dahil ang empleyado at ang miyembro ng kooperatiba ay MCO. MCO. Members, consumers, owners. So, hindi po ito dumaan sa proseso at sa desisyon ng General Assembly ng Seneco. And the good sponsor, Madam President, will forgive me for harping on this a little bit more dahil kung hindi nga po mangyayari at mukhang hindi na nga mangyayari that regular status as well as union membership will be regained by the employees at kung sila ay magiging contractual pa o endo na lamang, lalabas nga na anti-labor itong JVA at possible grant ng franchise sa NEPSI na siyang pinangangambahan ng ating mga manggagawa. At naitatanong ko rin po ito, kasi kanina po, Madam President, na pag-uusapan na rin namin ng good sponsor, yung pagre-recruit ng mga bagong empleyado para sa NEPSI. Naitatanong ko po ito dahil may nakapagsabi na rin po sa akin na may mga manpower agency na ngayon sa Negros na may advertisement tungkol sa hiring ng linemen at meter readers. So, coincidence lang ba ito? Wala naman siguro sila ibang kausap na principal na pwedeng pagdalhan sa kanilang mare-recruit, kundi sa Seneco nga, Seneco NEPSI dahil natural monopoly naman ang distribution system sa Negros at saka sa buong bansa. At may halimbawa ako dito ng isang ad na lumalabas ngayon sa Negros, ad na ipinalabas po nung manpower agency. May papakita ba natin iyon? I think it's a TARP ad, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, pero street level. Tama ba? So perhaps after that. No, iba pa po iyan. Yan po kaugnay ng isa ko pang tanong tungkol sa ginawang plebiscite at paggamit ng proxy voting. It's all right, Madam President, maybe a little later in my interpellation, maipapakita rin para lang ma-visualize natin yung nararanasan at nakikita ngayon ng mga empleyado ng Seneco. Naitanong ko rin dati sa budget hearing, good sponsor, Madam President, ang tungkol sa conflict of interest ni Admin Antonio Almeda tungkol sa JVA na ito. At ang nabanggit sa akin ni NEA Chief ay nag-resign naman daw ang kanyang kapatid na si Donato Almeda sa More Power a mere 3 days before he was appointed to NEA. So anyway, yung susunod ko pong tanong, the union and MCOs, members, consumers, owners, continue to say and they claim that absent NEA rules providing for a manner of unlimited proxy voting, bagong animal ito, unlimited proxy voting in plebiscites, the holding of the JVA plebiscite was still sanctioned by NEA. Legal po ba itong unli na proxy voting? Kasi ngayon ko lang po ito nalaman sa kasong ito ng Seneco More JVA. Ayan, so ito po yung tamang visuals ko po sa tanong na ito. Ito po yung malaki-laking posters, street level, magpa-proxy ka na lang. Yes or no, magpa-proxy ka na lang. And then sa loob ng mga malls, unang beses din, sa loob ng malls ginawa ang plebiscite at proxy voting ay matingkad talaga. Yes or no, magpa-proxy ka na lang. So, at legal po ba yung ganitong unli na proxy voting, Madam President?
With the authorization from NEA, Seneco promulgated the rules of the plebiscite through resolution number 13702. I know it's not ideal, but I'm just saying this is also a preview for us to realize that we have these rules, but we don't even have the steps or the proper steps for us to be able to implement them. So ito, first time nangyari yung ganito. So ngayon, ang NEA, they had to very last minute approve all of these things. NEA thereafter noted that that they agreed, included the provision for proxy voting and provided a copy thereof to the NEA on June 6, 2023. NEA noted the same without objection. Moreover, in the course of the implementation of the plebiscite, NEA approved the suspension, extension, and confirmed the eventual results of the plebiscites. All of these acts taken together show NEA's approval of the rules and how the plebiscite was conducted, including proxy voting. Because remember in our hearing, nandun yung NEA, wala naman silang objection. I mean, yes, they confirmed that there was an election. Yes, they confirmed that there was nothing untoward about it. I mean, it was being monitored properly. The local government units were also very active to monitor it. So, what can I say, Mr. President? Unless we want to actually question NEA here and perhaps call them later on to have like permanent guidelines. Kung nalusutan sila doon, no? But I think naman, even if let's say nag-improvise, let's call it that, in the moment, nag-improvise na lang lahat and NEA approved it, let's check if it's actually really just. But in the meantime, I mean, they didn't do anything illegal because NEA approved it. Now, is it fair? Is it just? Ako, Mr. President, I'm always for progress, and I believe that these employees have their rights and they need to be protected. That's why, yes, one of the first things I asked, did they get their benefits back, their pensions, etc.? Yes. Now, I'm also pro-development, and I feel that these employees will also benefit if later on their children will have more employment in their province because of the expansion, because more will be able to accommodate supplying power to more businesses, like what's happening now in Iloilo. So, wala namang talo dito di ba? Kasi we're trying to protect certain sector, the labor or the ones that will be affected by this directly. I agree. That's why those things I asked, meron ba silang kompensasyon? Meron. Ngayon, are we going to just, resist change because, ganito, ganyan, whatever, sayang naman yung posisyon nila, ilang taon nila, kaya nga, paano na ngayon yung expansion? Kaya ba ng Seneco na magpalabas ng 2.1 billion? Ay, siguro, meron, pero tayo magpapahiram, land bank, BBP, whatever, di ba? So, it's up to you, Mr. President. Any amendment, if there's any amendment, I'll look into it.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, the good sponsor is reading my mind na mukhang may mga sagutin nga ang NEA sa atin dito sa Senado sa usaping ito. Dahil, yung tanong nga na only proxy voting na nangyari, and a few other issues that cropped up during that plebiscite for which they improvise nga. And I'll mention a few of them in the course of my next question. At mga pangyayari po na hindi talaga maayos o kanais-nais and would tend to put into question the solidity of this particular process. Halimbawa, Mr. President, Madam President, I'm sorry, kaugnay na usapin, napagbigyan ba ang kahilingan ng Union at members, consumers, owners nung nakaraang hearing na magkaroon ng impartial investigation ang DOE at ERC tungkol sa usaping ito? Nabasa ko po sa minutes ng March 5 hearing na ang committee chair at pati si Sen. Gatchalian ay sumang-ayon na gawin itong impartial investigation. And I would like even this evening to join their call for the sake of transparency, propriety, and the rule of law. As to me, it is this controversial JVA which led to NEPC's filing of this application after Seneco's right to renew its franchise was waived under the JVA, which I repeat, JVA na hindi naman naaprubahan ng General Assembly. And I ask this question, Madam President, because I'm not comfortable with the fact that we're being asked to grant a franchise to NEPSI when the controversies over the conduct of the plebiscite that approved the JVA linger. And I mentioned, Madam President,
Mr. President,
na, yes, good sponsor.
Who is telling our colleague here that there's a complaint about the plebiscite? Because, I mean,
Meron po.
this may be claimed by some, but we also have those that claim, citizens, local government, NEA, that there was nothing untoward. So, I mean, you can claim that, Mr. President,
Yes.
but I'm also claiming that it may not be perfect, but there's also the ones that say that it went properly. So ngayon, naninibago tayo. Nandyan sa mall, dyan nagpapaboto. Tayo nga ngayon, nagpapalagay na tayo ng LTO sa mall. That's the fact of life. The mall is now the new marketplace where people congregate. Number 2, proxy votes. Parang sa COMELEC, ewan ko, nandito yung butihing asawa ng COMELEC Commissioner Chairman. Pero I'm not really familiar also with how many % of the vote should be proxy. But I know that 100% in the U.S., well, I guess in the U.S., if you're indisposed, if you're military, you can have not even proxy, but mail-in vote. Okay? So, I was saying nga it's pay as you go. So parang, they're doing all of their rules as they are trying to accommodate this new concept, if you will, because they lacked foresight to do it from the beginning. So yes, matawag natin dito ang NEA. But right now, let us not penalize a company that has complied with the rules that are available and has in fact gone above and beyond to compensate for the deficiency of our government agency.
And I believe the claims that the good sponsor is talking about from some of the stakeholders. I also wish to make of record mga patunay o visual na representation nung mga claims din, nung mga nagtatanong tungkol sa naging kalidad ng plebiscite. Halimbawa, Madam President, may nakarating sa akin na impormasyon in the form of affidavits na ipapakita ko po sa slides, affidavits na nagkiklaim nga po na they or persons of their names cast their votes in the plebiscite without them, those named persons, knowing it. At hindi sila naman nag-assign ng kahit sinong taong mag-proxy para sa kanila. Pero ito yung isang affidavit na sinasabing, I was told that a certain pangalan had already cast a vote for me and in my place. Pero ayon sa taong ito na nag-execute nitong sworn affidavit, hindi naman siya nagpa-proxy sa sino mang tao na bumoto sa kanila. At just for one more visual proof of a claim this evening, may nakaboto pa raw na patay na sa list ng available. So ito po, sabi po nung isang nag-execute ng sworn affidavit, may bumoto proxy for and in behalf of my dead mother. So given such affidavits and such pieces of evidence we've collected, doesn't this cast doubt on the validity and integrity of the plebiscite? Madam President.
Mr. President, wow, I sympathize if that's true. Tayo pa naman, we're against electoral fraud,
Yes,
no?
exactly,
Kaya natin ang
Madam
ganyan.
President.
Pero ito yung tanong ko, there was a 3-day period for them to come forward to lodge their complaint. Why didn't they do that?
Fair
Ayun na
enough,
lang.
Madam President. I can get back to the good sponsor on that.
Wag
But
na.
the-
Ayun mo na lang, i-file na natin ng kaso yan. Di ba? File natin ng kaso yung NEA kung totoo yan. But remember, they had 3 days, di ba? Kasi, Mr. President, we can debate endlessly about these, probably what is believed to be irregularity in the way it was conducted. But the point is, NEA gave this authority, NEA cleared it, so I think it should be questioned how NEA did it. But then you have those that corroborated. You have the local government. You have actual people saying that it was conducted fairly. So sana they protested within the three days. Kahit naman tayo, even naman in 2004, you had to be, balik na naman sa dating issue. Even in 2004, there was a period really of where you can file an electoral protest, after which, wala, it will just actually, ano tawag doon? It will lapse.
Fair enough, Madam President, and I can get back to the good sponsor on whether or not these affidavits were submitted timely. But until today, even after the execution of these sworn complaint affidavits, there are various stakeholders in Negros raising these and other concerns. And that leads me to another question. I've learned that most of our electric cooperatives have expiring franchises, since most of them were registered in the 1970s. Nabalitaan ko rin na kahit may ilang taon pang nalalabi bago mag-expire ang kanilang franchise, ay may ibang applicant na sa kanilang franchise area, katulad sa kaso ng Casureco 3 sa Bicol, Dasureco sa Davao, Ileco sa Iloilo at Paleco sa lalawigan ng Palawan. So, ang tanong po, kung itong Seneco More Power ang magiging template sa privatization, corporatization ng ating mga electric cooperatives, ganito rin ba ang dadaanan ng lahat? JVA, plebiscite by proxy voting, at eventually franchise grab? Good, Madam President?
Hindi naman franchise grab ito, Mr. President. I mean, let's kind of be careful also with branding this particular proposal, because they went through, I mean, it was Seneco that actually approached. Now, and remember, NEA didn't have the regulation. So, as you said, will this be the template? Not necessarily. NEA can always change its rules when it comes to such undertakings. And I'm glad that we had this, I guess, this lab test, as you will. But then remember, it can always be changed eventually, so that it'll, if there's something that's a little bit more, I don't know, more reasonable, more effective, NEA can always change it, Mr. President.
And I certainly hope, Madam President, as the good sponsor says, that NEA will change it para kung yung private company naman ay sinasabing gusto nilang sumunod sa mga rules and regulations ng NEA, then that policy environment has to be created para hindi mangyari yung ganitong mga nakapaloob na sa JVA na hindi dumaan sa General Assembly ng co-op, na wini-waive nung co-op yung karapatan niya mag-apply para sa renewal, and then the other related problems that have cropped up even since then. To my last query, Madam President, EPIRA in Section 57 gave the electric co-ops the options to convert into corporations under SEC or into stock co-ops under the CDA. Tila hindi na ganito ang mangyayari dahil dito sa parang model na ito ng Seneco More Power JVA. Ang option na lamang ng mga co-op ay maging junior partner ng malalaking korporasyon o tuluyan ng mamatay. Now, broadening the ownership base of the power industry is another mandate under EPIRA, Section 37, by encouraging cooperatives and other similar collective organizations for the, quote, widest public ownership of energy-oriented corporations. At consistent ito sa declared policy ng Cooperative Code of the Philippines. So sa huling tanong ko po ngayong gabi, Madam President, sa kaso ng Seneco at sa kaparehong pwedeng mangyayari sa iba pang co-op, irrelevant na po ba ang diwa ng cooperativism sa power industry kahit ito'y bahagi ng mandato ng EPIRA? Ganon din sa cooperative code na ang declared policy ay, quote, to foster the creation and growth of cooperatives as a practical vehicle for promoting self-reliance and the harnessing people power towards the attainment of economic development and social justice, Madam President.
Hindi naman, Mr. President. Alam mo, kaya nga tayo nagkaroon ng mga ganitong cooperative dahil sa national electrification, di ba? Dati, we couldn't really afford. So, sige, kung sino yung pwede mag-kooperatiba ngayon, kaya nga tayo meron yung dalawang franchise pa na ina-apply na wala na tayong tanong doon kasi doon sa hearing, ang galing ng mga presentation nila. These are really cooperatives, Leyeco 2, Romelco, kaya hindi naman patay ang diwa ng kooperatiba. Pero syempre, yung mga natitirang kooperatiba, yun talaga mga AAA rated. At saka, not only that, very ambitious expansion for green energy. That's why we were actually quite impressed and we encourage these kinds of cooperatives to continue. But again, you know, this is a free market. We can't also, what do you call this? We can't also, when you coddle, okay, anyway, you can't give too much, what do you call this? Exemptions or, anyway, don't coddle, no? You also have to give them fair competition. Hindi naman pwedeng may protectionism din tayo dito. So, tuloy pa rin. Hindi po pa tayong cooperative. In fact, we were very, very impressed with the Leyte and Romblon presentation.
Salamat, Madam President. For the record, Seneco for a long time, Seneco was rated AAA by NEA. So hardly, kumbaga, isa siyang electric co-op nung matagal na panahong AAA siya na game para sa fair competition. At kung hindi lang nagkaroon ng waiver of the right to apply for renewal of their franchise dun sa JVA na hindi naman dumaan sa General Assembly ng Co-op, malay ba natin? Though lately, it slid down to AA. Pero kumbaga, one level down lang sa AAA na matagal niyang pinanghawakan. So in closing this evening, Madam President, good sponsor, for the record, hindi ko rin naman kinukonsinte ang anumang pagkukulang ng alinman sa ating mga electric co-ops. Pero, gaya ng binanggit din ng good sponsor at pinasasalamatan ko sila dyan, wag naman nating kalimutan ang napakahalaga nilang naging papel sa elektrifikasyon at pag-unlad ng buong bansa on a non-profit basis. No? So, ibang klase rin yung mga AAA electric co-ops tulad ng naging ang Seneco sa mahabang panahon. Non-profit na pero game para sa fair competition. So yung kanilang naging papel na ganito, lalo na sa kanayunan. So maraming salamat, Madam President, at maraming salamat din, good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that our colleague has always been a staunch supporter of the labor sector and also the ones that are disenfranchised. But let me also guarantee that di naman ako papayag na short-change din ng ating workers. Talagang bago ko dinefend ito, sinasabi ko, kailangan yung mga benepisyo nila hindi mababawasan at dapat merong right of first refusal. Yung mga empleyado kung gusto nila, ayaw nila magtrabaho doon ulit. But anyway, thank you, Senator Lisa. Madam President, thank you to our colleague, Senator Lisa.
Thank you, Senator Antiveros.
Ask for a minute suspension, Madam President.
Session suspended.
Anong mo?
Thank you, Madam President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize to
sponsor.
ask more questions, Madam President, is the distinguished, our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, to ask questions and interpolate the distinguished lady from the great province of Iloilo, Pangasinan, and the city of San Juan, Senator Grace po. So move.
The minority leaders recognize Senator Pimentel may interpolate Senator Poe.
Just a few more questions, Madam President.
Thank you.
I'd like to pursue the fact that we keep on mentioning that this is a joint venture. The NEPSI, the grantee, is di ba? NEPSI po ang ano? Negros Electric and Power Corporation is the NEPSI, NEPC, the grantee of our franchise bill, is the result of a joint venture agreement between an electric co-op and a private corporation.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, it's a joint venture, but the private company, which is more, will own 70%. And 30% yung co-op. But, okay, so 30%, pero remember, substantial kasi yung capital na ipapasok ng bagong company. So that's why their ownership will be 70%. But also at the same time, it's not really just a change of stock ownership who has the majority. It's a totally separate company already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, meron po itong separate incorporation papers with the SEC. And if you look at the articles of incorporation, who would appear to be the incorporators of the corporation?
It will be Prime Electric, which is the ones behind More Power, Seneco, and the Board of Directors, which we can also furnish.
Yes. Pero Board of Directors, individuals to. So if you look at the stockholders now of the grantee corporation, it will be Prime Electric, a corporation, Seneco, an electric co-op, and individuals. Wala bang i-copy niyan? Articles of incorporation, di ba required i-submit yun?
Right now, Mr. President, this company is Prime Electric and the directors. Pero hindi pa kasi consummated ang purchase. Hindi pa nga tapos. After the franchise, that's the time that the sale will be completed.
No, sale. Okay. So is the sponsor trying to tell this representation that under the terms of the JVA, it is actually a purchase?
Asset purchase, yes.
So there's no joint venture.
There's no what?
After the asset owner has sold the assets, it is out of the picture.
But 30% ownership will be given to Seneco.
So there will be what will be executed a deed of sale where the payment to Seneco would be shares in NEPSI?
Thank you for articulate for me. Yes, Mr. President. Thank you to our legal luminary. Yes, it will be shares.
Is it correct?
Yeah. It will be 70% cash and 30% shares. Yeah.
Yes, to be subsequently reflected as a shareholder of NEPSI after the sale of the assets per JBA would be Seneco, the electric co-op, not the individual members of Seneco. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
It's the entity, Mr. President.
But if si Seneco po ay wala na ba siya, after this, wala na ba siyang franchise area where it is providing electric power?
Okay.
May reason to
They won't be having, they don't have any more other areas to cover for their electric service, but they will remain a cooperative, but more like a multi-purpose cooperative.
Is Seneco registered with CDA?
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, really? Really?
Not yet, Mr. President.
Yan na nga. So, ang point ko, andito naman ating former chairman ng Energy Committee. If an electric co-op ceases to provide electric power to a certain area, therefore, in effect, does not have any franchise anymore, does it have any reason to exist, Mr. President?
If it's
As an electric co-op?
I guess they have to re-establish their mission vision as a cooperative and register again with a different purpose.
So how will the whole concept work, Mr. President? Malayo pa tayo. I mean, electric co-op yung pinaplano nating magiging stockholder ng grantee natin, and it has no reason to exist anymore, Mr. President.
What is Seneco Corporation? Okay, they will by that time. See, Seneco will already register under the CDA by that time, because by the time that they consummate this agreement, they will register Seneco under CDA.
Hindi pa po, so hindi pa nila nakikilusan yun, in effect. But of course, there's assumption of good faith compliance. Dapat naisip na nila, we will reach this point where we will be needing CDA registration. Is it, just, ito hindi ko alam ang sagot po. Is it prohibited for an electric co-op to also register with CDA as a multi-purpose co-op?
It's an option, Mr. President.
Yeah, as far as our resource persons know, there's no prohibition, no, for an electric.
There's no.
So hindi ko lang maisip how come they have not taken the anticipated the necessary step. I mean, and we are now talking about the law, which will ano tawag mo to? A law which needs that necessary step to carry out the JVA, because under the JVA, the current franchisee waives. Yung narinig ko lang po sa interpellation, waived the right to renew, to file for renewal of the franchise. Siyempre may mga considerations doon, and then they did not take the necessary steps pa for that. Nakakapagtaka lang po.
Mr. President, they haven't really given up their franchise as of now. Seneco is still under NEA. Now, once this agreement pushes through with the condition of having a franchise approved for this joint venture, then they will not for this partnership, whatever it is, at a 30% stake. Then they can register with the CDA or opt for a corporation under CDA.
Opt for a corporation under SEC, siguro, corporation? SEC? Huh? What is that?
Under RA 10531.
Ano yung 10531?
The NEA Act pala. NEA Act, RA 10531. Memorize siguro ni Senator Sherwin yan. Energy eh.
Hindi yun, balik nga tayo eh. If balik po tayo, we have an expert sa 10531 pala rito, just help us. Meaning to say, an electric co-op, you become an electric co-op because your consumers, sabi nga ito ni Senator Risa, MCO, your consumers, yung C doon are your members, and since co-op ka, one man, one person, one vote yan, you're also the owner. But if you under the NEA charter yan or law, but if you now are not operating an electricity franchise, do you have a right to exist as an electric co-op? Avail of 10531 benefits, ilagay ko sa quotation marks, even if you're no longer functioning as an electric co-op?
Mr. President, I believe that the transition will be smooth and easy. I mean, once they entered into 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Kasi kung ano pa idagdag ni Senator Sherwin needs sa discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, ano ba yung nangyari? Where were we, Mr. President, Madam President? Sandali.
Hindi, kunan mo lang ako ng...
I think we were asking about the co-op. Sige, ganito na lang po, no? Yung observation ko lang po, kaya ako natanong yung co-op na yan, because we are really looking at the members, consumers, and owners of the existing electric co-op. Kung sila rin ang intended beneficiaries of the JVA, kasi sabi natin may plebiscito naman na kine-question nga ng iba, so we have to take good care, or they should have taken good care of their own interests. Therefore, yung mga kilos na ganyan, na darating din naman doon in good faith compliance, ibebenta natin yung assets, we need to be formed as a regular co-op. This step should have been taken by them, Mr. President, if they really control the situation, Mr. President. Kaya natin ito natatanong to find out who is in control of the situation and of the events, Mr. President, of the actions.
Well, Mr. President, this is what I understand it to be, okay? Number one, the franchise is really a condition upon which there's going to be a consummation of the agreement. So right now, as a cooperative, they can't really give up this control of the cooperative because nobody will provide the service. As soon as this franchise is approved, what's going to happen is the cooperative will be paid 70% of the value, and then 30% will be in stock shares. Now, who will benefit? It's still the member consumers that will be getting it. And then after that they're paid and it's approved, then the cooperative will now get their CPCN from
The co-op?
Negros
Not the co-op,
Power
the
will
grantee.
now get
The
their
grantee.
CPCN from ERC.
The grantee.
The
Yes,
grantee.
not the co-op. Sige po, I'm sure yung cash will be distributed to the member consumer owners of the co-op. Ang tanong ko, yung 30% of the value of the assets being bought will be paid for in shares. The shares will now be in the name of or in the names of who?
It will be in the name of Seneco.
Yun na nga,
Sene-
yun na nga, Seneco, which is an electric co-op. Yeah, that's our problem now. If Seneco still has the the right to exist even if it's no longer providing for electricity as an electric co-op. Kasi winave na niya lahat, pati nga assets siya, binenta na niya. So anyway, I hope the lawyers of the grantee as well as of the other party will just revisit the points I'm raising, and if there is some points in them, address the points. Ganun na lang po siguro. Kasi we're too masyado nang malalim na itong usapan eh. I mean, we're now in the grant of the franchise. The legislature is involved, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, I was just conferring with them, and the Seneco, it's still a cooperative. That's their name, basically. Now, if they change, like Seneco as an electric cooperative can always change the nature of their cooperative, but still the same members. They can register. They can register with a CDA, but with a different mandate now. But that doesn't take away their ownership.
Si Seneco po, kailan ang expiration ng current franchise ni Seneco? Expiration na ba?
2030.
2030 pa. Benefit ito eh, benefit. Benefit mo pa rin? A minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Binenta mo na lahat ng assets.
presumed.
Kanina
So-
pa pala ako Mr. President ng Mr. President. For the record, Madam President.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So, Garo, anyway, I just pursued the points raised by the two earlier interpellators. Ito lang po yung aking one observation na lang. Yung ating section on the right of eminent domain for NEPC, Section 10. And then fortunately, in our agenda are also two bills on other electric co-ops, di ba? Co-ops naman po ito. But there is also a section on right of eminent domain. And I've noticed a big difference between the right of eminent domain, Section 10 of NEPC, versus the right of eminent domain of the two other electric co-op bills that that is in our agenda, which is the Leyte 2 Electric Cooperative Incorporated and the Romblon Electric Cooperative Incorporated. May we understand, may we know why the right of eminent domain is different when it comes to NEPC and then compared to the electric co-ops, when an overarching principle in the grant of franchises is the equality principle. What is granted to one franchise should be granted to all other franchises. Tignan niyo.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Last
Thank you for pointing it out to our minority leader. Even I was, I didn't really notice that. But what happened is that it's the same wording as the franchise for more. Because as you know, more takeover in Iloilo was a unique situation. They took over the assets of by expropriation. In this case, there's really no expropriation because the assets will already have been bought by the assuming by More Power or by Prime Electric. So actually, at the proper time, Mr. President, since I guess they just copied and pasted based on their past documents in Iloilo, we can always revert to whatever is also granted with the regular cooperatives with the same situation, with the
Correct.
proposals for
Because
consideration.
Yes, thank you for that, because we are also processing two other electricity distribution bills. And then siguro yung last sentence nga po ng Section 10 which caught my eye, the court may consider tax declarations, current audited financial statements, and rate-setting applications of the owner or owners of the property or properties being expropriated in order to determine their assessed value. So if we can ask our legal team to revisit, why assessed value? Dapat fair market value. Because this is in the context of an expropriation.
Yes,
we talk about fair market
Yes, Mr.
value.
President, I agree with that because anyway, Seneco will not agree to a price that would make it, will be at a loss for them. So we can always put that fair market value provision.
Sige po. Anyway, babalikan din naman natin na sa.
Like
So, with that,
kailan?
Mr. President, I think I have raised my points of concern. So, thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you to our, I mean, for the record, I appreciate our minority leader staying beyond the time that we forecasted. I know he's not feeling well, but this is also doing his responsibilities to his utmost ability to ensure proper electricity coverage in the areas that are now applying for a franchise. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President, and thank you to our Minority Leader and our Deputy Minority Leader, and of course, the expert on energy who's been so kind to accommodate and consider the time, the lateness of the hour to our Sherwin Gatchalian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Madam President, no member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Madam President.
The period of interpellation is suspended or closed?
Closed, Madam President.
It's closed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9805. So move, Madam President.
Any objections? Hearing none. Consideration of the said measure is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9154 under Committee Report number 247. This is the bill on the Romblon Electric Cooperative Incorporated, or Romelco. I so move, Madam President.
The resumption, is it interpellation now? What is the status of the bill?
I move that we resume consideration, Madam President.
Resumption of
Thank
the
you.
consideration of the measure is in order.
Thank you, Madam President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Grace Poe.
Interpellation is now open. We recognize once again Senator
Ready
Poe.
to resume. It's just a renewal at a triple A rated company.
With
I
that,
mean cooperative.
and the sponsor is everyone is encouraged by the triple A statement by the sponsor, and so no member wishes to interpolate. I now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Madam President.
No interpellations? Yes, the period of interpellations is hereby closed with no objections.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9154.
Suspension of consideration is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6295 under Committee Report number 248. This is the bill on the Leyte 2 Electric Cooperative, or LEYECO 2. I so move, Madam President.
Consideration of the measure is hereby approved with no objections.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Poe is hereby recognized once again.
Mr. President, this is another triple A rated cooperative, and in fact, both of them have but they're proud to say that they are employing more green energy, which our Madam President might be happy about. So I'm very confident to recommend the approval of renewal.
No interpellations.
With that, Madam President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Madam
With
President.
no objection, the interpellation,
Madam President, I move that we suspend
hereby
consideration of
suspended.
House Bill number 6295. I so move, Madam President.
consideration of the measure is hereby suspended. Ay, pupuk.
Madam President, I move that I move for a minute suspension, Madam President.
Session suspended.
Bakit?
Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2514 under Committee Report number 187. This is the bill for the Philippine National Games Act. I so move, Madam President.
Consideration of the measure is in order.
Thank you, Madam President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Sports, Senator Christopher Bongo, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III. So move.
Senator Bongo is recognized, sponsor, to be
Thank you.
interpolated by the minority leader, Senator
Thank you, Madam
Pimentel.
President. We'll try our best to keep this short. We'll end before 10 p.m., Madam President, because we're just cooperating. The minority is just cooperating with the agenda of the majority, Mr. President, Madam President. So, if you want to take up these bills, then we will perform our role, Madam President. Pero hindi, we will, anyway, this is already the third or fourth interpellation, so marami na pong natanong. Agree naman po tayo po isang ayon na dapat meron tayong rational or logical way of choosing the athletes which will represent the Philippines in international competitions, providing them with the occasions, the avenues to further their sports skills. And ito po, nakikita natin ito. Kita natin itong Philippine National Games as one of those ways to do it. Tapos, ang na-explain po ng ating sponsor, si Palarong Pambansa is the feeder activity ba? Tawag po natin doon. Yung mga magpa-participate sa Palarong Pambansa, they can continue with their involvement in sports, further develop their sports skills, and possibly become professional athletes through the Philippine National Games. Tama po yun, ano?
Correct, Mr. President. Since ang Palarong Pambansa up to 18 years old lang.
Opo.
At ito'y it's run by ng DepEd, no? Ito naman pong PNG, Philippine National Games, it will be managed or run by the Philippine Sports Commission. Ang age naman ito, from 18 years old and above, up to 70 years old nga po, di ba? Kahit na pwedeng sumali dito. Yung mga non-physical games po, like chess. Okay.
Pero iba po yung number of sports dyan. So, some sports in the Palarong Pambansa, saan po ba mas marami ang sports events? Sa Palarong Pambansa o sa PNG?
Sa PNG po,
PNG,
about
okay, good.
78. Ang sa Palarong Pambansa, more or less 15 sa primary, 21 po sa secondary. Itong primary, ito yung mga 13 and below. At 13 and to 18 years old naman itong secondary. More or less 36 sporting events po itong ating Palarong Pambansa. Compared to 78 po, no? Yung, or more, depende. Pwede pang madagdagan.
Yung 36 sports po ng Palarong Pambansa ay lahat ay continued sa PNG.
Yes, pasok po siya sa
Okay.
PNG. So pwede, may continuity po sa kanilang magiging training o sa magiging career nila o sa gaya ng napag-usapan kahapon, the more competition, the better for our athletes. Mas mahahasa sila, Mr. President.
So it looks like meron tayong logic o na sinusunod, rational na sinusunod, may continuation, ganun. Kaya lang po ako na-disappoint nung narinig ko na meron pa palang Batang Pinoy. So ano naman po yung Batang Pinoy? Sa interpellation lumabas po.
Ang Batang Pinoy naman po, Mr. President, 17 and below po ito. At ito po'y dala rin ng PSC. Sila rin po ang is a grassroots competition program o PSC for ages 17 and below and representation of participants by the LGU. Ito yung ang Batang Pinoy maaring maging redundant siya, no? More or less. A second competition, pwede nating maging matawag na counterpart po ng ng palarong pambansa. Though itong palarong pambansa purely student athletes to, while ang LGU based po itong ating batang Pinoy at 78 rin po, 78 sporting events rin po.
Oh, dun sa 78 sporting events sa Batang Pinoy, kasama dun yung 36 sporting events ng palarong pambansa. Tama?
Correct.
Opo.
Correct.
Pagdating sa age overlap, si palarong pambansa at saka si Batang Pinoy, ang school, ang isang student na makakumpit sa palarong pambansa ay pwede rin siya mag-compete sa Batang Pinoy kasi member din siya ng LGU.
Correct, Mr. President.
So,
The more,
doon po-
logic natin dito is the more
opo.
competition, the better for our athletes.
So okay, so ang gusto natin palabasin, si PNG, dalawa ang feeder programs niya. Si Palarong Pambansa at saka si Batang Pinoy.
Correct, Mr. President.
So, si Palarong Pambansa po, ako yung naka-attend sa Marikina yung last day, nakalimutan ko lang anong petsa noon. So, ano naman ang months ang Batang Pinoy and the frequency ni Batang Pinoy?
Yearly. Fourth quarter of the year po according to PSC dahil sila rin po nagdadala ng
Every year?
Batang Pinoy. Every year po.
Every year.
Ang pinagkaiba lang po ng PNG, it's a mini Olympics, di ba? Kung sa Olympics, it's a 4-year. Ito naman ay 2 years. No? Para sa preparation, yung kanilang, kumbaga, Mindanao leg, Visayas leg, Luzon leg, and then finally, mag-aabot na sila, national leg na po.
Anong tawag mo sa sport na para yung normal, anong tawag mo sa normal? Tapos po, ang ating PNG, sa bill natin, dalawa yan eh. Actually, tama po ba ang pagkaintindi ko sa bill natin? We're talking about 2 separate games. Parang para games and then the regular games. Tama po ba?
Correct, Mr. President. Ano po ito? Hindi lang po siya isasabay. After ng regular games, one after the other. So yung para games naman po, medyo limitado lang yung ano nila sport events lang po. 12 lang po sila. At wala na po silang Mindanao, wala na silang Visayas leg o Luzon leg. Diretso na po sila. Parang sort of a festival sila dahil since konti lang yung sporting events nila at saka limitado po yung athletes.
Ilan ang games sa para games? 12 sporting events po para games. And then ang para games natin would be held a few days after the regular games of the
A month, Mr. President, para may panahon pa sila.
Okay.
Ganun rin po ang napansin ko, no? I went to the ito sa Southeast Asian Games, no? Yung para games nila, the same place, the same venue.
Kahit sa Olympics, ganun.
Ganun rin po. Pero parang another season or another month.
Because the venue, they take advantage of the venue and then prepared na yung mga volunteer staff. Opo. So, kung merong feeder games for the PNG, regular PNG, are there also feeder events for the para games?
Wala po.
Wala na.
Mr. President.
Okay. Para games would be our selection process or feeder program for the ASEAN para games, the Olympic para games. Ganun
Yes,
po.
yes. Part na rin po ng kanilang magiging selection process at training.
Magkano po ang budget sa Batang Pinoy by the PSC?
Batang Pinoy. May NEP siya, wala rin. Nasa NEP. Nationwide yun.
78.
Ang Batang Pinoy, Mr. President, it's 40 million. NEP to o tayo nagdagdag? 40 million, Mr. President, and for the Philippine National Games for 2024, it's 50 million, Mr. President. Actually, Mr. President, isisingit ko na lang po, kaya gusto natin itong isabatas, itong PNG, dahil nakikita natin always sa budget proposal nila sa NEP ay hindi talaga sinasali at umaasa sila sa amendments, no, natin dito sa Senado. As your chairman sa Committee on Sports, Mr. President, as your chairman sa Committee on Sports, ako po ang parating nagpo-propose ng amendments para malagyan po ng pondo ang ating Philippine National Games and ating Batang Pinoy. We want to institutionalize this at para sa mga susunod na taon ay magkakaroon siya ng sarili niya pong budget. We want this to be legislated to ensure a budget for this. Usually the budget for PNGs, a congressional initiative, tayo po ang nagpapasok nito sa amendments para tuloy-tuloy po ang kanilang PNG at ang Batang Pinoy.
So ito po mga amounts na binigyan natin sponsor na 40 million sa Batang Pinoy na annual, 50 million sa PNG na biennial, and then 10 million sa PNG para games. Ito po ay amounts after amendments na.
Correct,
Ito po.
Mr.
Ito po.
President.
Okay. Magkano po ang budget for the palarong pambansa? Kung alam lang po ng ating sponsor and his...
wala pong idea ang ating PSC since palarong pambansa is run by DepEd po, Mr. President. But we have the data for Philippine National Games, Mr. President. No? Nung 2023, ang nagastos po nila is 80 million for the hosting of PNG. And 2018, ang nagastos po nila ay 75,201,000. And then in 2016, 19,327,650 pesos, Mr. President. At sa para games naman po, 2019, 11,312,788 pesos. In 2018, patras na lang po ako, no?
Sige po, hingin na lang po kami ng kopya, Mr. President.
Apo.
Pero ang tanong ko po, ang ating amount sa pinag-uusapan would be, yung tinanong ko kanina, yung 40 million and 50 million would be the GAA amounts na binibigay.
Correct,
Pero
Mr.
since these are ang participants sa Philippine National Games galing sa local government units, ang assumption natin may selection processes sa local government units, may gastos din po doon. Who is expected to spend pagdating po doon sa local government units selection processes?
The LGUs, Mr. President, pwede nilang gamitin ang kanilang SEF, the Special Education Fund, sa kanilang mga atleta, Mr. President.
Ano po ba to? Yung paggamit ba ng SCF for the LGU competitions for the PNG is clearly provided by law? Kasi there are some are not school related po. Tama po ba 'yon? Some are not school related.
Yes, with reference to Republic Act 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991, kasama po dito, no, ang sports development as determined and approved by the local school board, Mr. President.
Sige, so there's a participation pala ng local school board. And in practice, wala na pong problema dyan. In practice, sa mga past PNGs,
yes, Mr. President. At meron din pong DILG Memorandum Circular number 2023-172 under Policy Content and Guidelines of MC number 2023-172. The cost and allocation of sports development may be charged under the proceeds of additional 1% tax on real property accruing to the Special Education Fund as such determined and approved by the local school boards.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Wala sa local government code po ba, kasi ang ating sponsor very exposed din naman yan sa local governance Wala ba tayong parang requirement to have a local sports development council, at bakit local school board pa ang involved sa sports expenditure. Wala po. Tingnan nyo nga yung local government code. Wala, diba? Amin na lang.
Meron. Sa currently, wala na. Sa bill natin. Nasa bill po natin, Mr. President, na makapag-establish tayo ng multi-sectoral local sports council to be headed by the local chief executive that will coordinate the implementation of an annual palaro at the
Saan po
barangay,
yan?
municipal.
Saan po yan, Mr. Sponsor?
Sa-
It's in our bill?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
So, are we in effect amending the local government code by adding
No.
by adding that?
No. Wala siya sa local government code, Mr. President.
Okay. Pero this representation is open, Mr. President, to improving the local government code in terms of sports kung nakukulangan po tayo. Kasi ang nakabanggit ata na nasa local government code, sabi niyo, is the physical, ito? Yes, because so wala nga pong nakabanggit, kaya pala mayroon DILG circular na creating the Physical Fitness and Sports Development Councils. So maybe it's time also to update the local government code by reflecting the importance that we're giving to sports activities. Marami namang dahilan bakit i-promote natin ang sports activities. Ngayon, Mr. President, just a few more points. Yung pagdating po sa participant sa PNG, pwede po bang klaruhin na lang natin na Filipino citizens kasi medyo we have some concerns pag Filipino ancestry ang ginamit. Ipasok po natin yung ancestry.
Yes, Mr. President, we are open to amendments. Mr. President, we can consider this during the period of amendments.
Yes, thank you for that. And then, of course, meron tayong rule, as explained to me by my staff, na one athlete who has represented an LGU cannot transfer to another LGU. So, parang I find that unnecessary, Mr. President, for as long as siguro we make them comply with a relaxed, a very lenient residency requirement, Mr. President. At any rate, ang gusto natin, participation eh. Is the sponsor open to that idea, Mr. President? Maximize natin ang participation. You may have played for an LGU before. In the next PNG, you can represent another LGU for as long as you complied with the residency requirement, which I hope that we will also make it very relaxed or lenient, Mr. President.
We can clarify that, Mr. President, especially pag nag-represent ka na sa regional. Dapat yun ang i-represent mo sa national, Mr. President.
Yes. Opo. Kasi utang na loob mo na rin yun sa LGU. Pero in the succeeding games, for example, qualified ka pa to play, I hope that one athlete who has played...
Dapat meron tayong rule na...
Yes, we should allow. Huwag tayo masyadong na biglang parang may monopoly yung LGU, may control yung LGU sa kanya. And then last question na lang, Mr. President, if this bill becomes law, what would be the budgetary implication at both the national level and the local level, the anticipated budgetary implication?
Sa local, wala na. Hindi na. We cannot kanya-kanya. Mr. President, sa local level, kanya-kanya po yun. No? Depende po yun sa kanilang i-allocate. And of course, no, sa pag-utilize nila ng kanilang SEF. But the ideal budget in staging the PNG is 300 million for 30 sports with 5 regional qualifying legs and 1 national level competition. But pwede pa rin po natin itong i-amend. No? Sa ngayon kasi ang ginagamit nila, na-utilize nila last year is 80 million. But this is their proposal for 30 sports with kasi meron pong 5 regional qualifying legs and 1 national level competition, Mr. President.
When we say 5 regional, actually it's parang supra-regional. Parang ano yan, in Northern Luzon yun, Southern Luzon, parang ganon ang pagkahati.
Oh, yes.
Apa.
Para qualifying lang, then meet na sila for the national leg. North Luzon, South Luzon, NCR, Visayas, and Mindanao, Mr. President, ang kanilang plano po.
So when the athletes meet sa national games, they represent Mindanao, not really their LGU, ano ba?
The LGU, Mr. President.
But Mindanao,
But the grouping lang.
Mindanao sends the champion from Mindanao.
Meron silang gagawing process of elimination before, just like the Olympics, Mr. President, diba?
Yeah.
They represent America, they represent Asia, they represent Europe. Ganun rin po rito ang mangyayari, Mr. President.
Tama. I understand, Mr. President. LGUs maglalabanan din. Siyempre para competitive po yung ating laban. So, Mr. President, so kung 70 sports more or less, sa laki po nito, sa laki ng meet, hindi ba parating Metro Manila lang ang kayang mag-host nito, Mr. President?
Hindi naman lahat, no. Not all ang lalaroin nila, no, Mr. President. But ideally, ako as isang atleta rin, no, gusto kong ma-utilize natin, maggamit natin itong sa New Clark City. Sayang to, pinatayo natin noon. Kaya nga meron tayong New Clark City. Yung pinatayo natin sa Southeast Asian Games. At maalala nyo, Mr. President, isa tayo sa nagpasa ng National Academy of Sports dyan po sa New Clark City. Meron ng eskwelahan at the same time makapag-training yung mga atleta natin. Pinasa natin to ng 18th Congress with your support, Mr. President, na naging batas po ito sa New Clark City. Diyan na yung pasilidad sayang. So yan rin po ang aking magiging idea later on. Maybe I will suggest to PSC na gamitin po itong sa New Clark City sa mga future competitions pag nasa Luzon. Kumpleto nandoon yung...
What is the idea, Mr. President? Iniikot din ba ito sa bansa yung hosting of the Philippine National
Yes.
Games? Or may baka may permanent home siya sa New Clark?
They will determine, the council will determine kung sino po yung may kakayahan na mag-host na LGU. Last year NCR, nung 2018 sa Cebu, at nung 2016 naman po sa Pangasinan. So yung council po ay magdi-determine kung saan lalagay po yung...
Siguro po, Mr. President, if the sponsor can just give us in writing an idea kung ano yung mga lugar na kaya nang mag-host nitong 70 plus. Mahirap din po to logistics requirement ito plus equipment and the venue, 70 plus sports
out of 78 sporting events, Mr. President, about more or less 40 to 45 lang po ang nilalaro. But I agree with you, Mr. President, na dapat po'y ma-determine kung sino yung may kakayahan talaga na host, no? Na may mga pasilidad, just like Tarlac, in Cebu, may mga pasilidad sila. Even in Mindanao, in Davao.
So, sa ngayon, Mr. President, can we say na there are more than 5 areas na kaya mag-host nitong 50
Yes,
plus 60?
yes,
So okay,
Mr. President.
okay na po yung 5. And then 5 are not all in Luzon? Merong Visayas at Mindanao?
Yes, yes, Madam President.
So we are happy with that information, Madam President. Ibig sabihin na kaya natin iikot ang benefits nito. Yung advantage ng home court, once in a while, mga taga Mindanao and Visayas, they do not need to travel. Sila naman ang may advantage ng home court advantage. So,
even Bulacan, daming
is
pasilidad
ready.
doon, magaganda. With our majority floor leader, ang ganda ng mga pasilidad sa Bulacan.
So with that, Madam President, I think we have been clarified. Yung budgetary implication lang naman yung naisip natin, ang concern natin dito, if we can afford to institutionalize this. And apparently, our conclusion is, Mr. Sponsor, we can. We
Yes,
can.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, we can. Okay. Salamat po.
With your
salamat
support,
po, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you.
Mr. President. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Thank you, Senator Go. Is that
Thank
the
you.
last?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Madam President.
No objection. The period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Madam President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2514. I so move, Madam President.
Suspension of the consideration of the measure is in order.
Madam President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 13, 2024. So move, Madam President.
It's 8:24 p.m. After a very long day, we adjourn session until 3 p.m. of Monday, May 13, 2024. Session is adjourned.